Okay. One sec. I'll just get everything finished. Should be just about good to go. And so... I think I'll just need to pull this up a little bit. I think this is the sort of mic balance we want. I think that's loud enough. Is this loud enough or a bit quiet still or too loud? I think we're just barely not peaking. Oh, actually, just barely touched into the red zone there. Maybe pull that back a whisker. How's this? Yeah, I think that'll be good. Okay, yeah. Hello, everyone. Been a few days. By a few days, it looks a few days since I tried doing the Discord thing, but a couple of weeks since we've been on YouTube. Working on a 40k project, or project 40k. There'll be more information about it, pictures when you finish up on it. Oh, nice, exciting. 18 your first ever guys as well. Nice. What paint am I using? I'm going to be using a variety of paints, Noah. So I have got contrast paints. I'm probably not going to be slap chopping the Eldar though, because I'm gonna go for a much cleaner look. And I know that with slap chop it's quite easy to get a lot of it can look a little bit rough. But I want because I'm going to be using contrasts on the wraiths, but I want them to look really clean. So yeah, I'm probably not going to do the dry brush first. I'm going to probably focus on doing a heavy contrast coat, and then we'll use some washes and that sort of thing to sort of pull it all together. What brand? A mixture of Citadel and Vallejo are going to be my main ones. So yeah, actually, I say my main ones. They're the only ones I have are Citadel and Vallejo. So where I'm at the moment is the other day I was working on the warp spiders. So essentially what we have to do is I've got 10 warp spiders that need to be done. So that's all these fellas over here. One sec, I'll pull them in. Yeah, let's just get the mound of shit that needs to be painted today, shall we? So there's these guys with their bases. And then I can't be bothered to grab all of them. I've got 15 Wraith Guard slash Blades and 1 Wraith Lord. All of them need to be painted today. Oh, and 2 Spirit Seers on top of all that. So we're in for it. What do I need them painted for and have my 40k game go? So the reason I need them painted sooner rather than later, so I've got, I'm starting up a Crusade game with my friends on Saturday, and starting army value is 1k, and I want to have my shit painted for that, because I like to play with painted minis. But yeah, essentially, I think the most time-consuming part of the of this process is going to be the warp spiders, because I'm not painting these guys with contrasts. These guys I'm just trying to do essentially a pared back version of what we did for Lycus. And so it's just going to be a matter of figuring out what corners I can cut in the process that I did for painting Lycus, while still having them look good. Yeah, so I think one of these I've done more work on than the others. This is the one that I've made the most progress on. But the main thing is just all the fiddly little bits. Also, don't think the chat is working. I can, is it not showing up over here? I can see it on my YouTube preview there. It is there now? Okay, cool. Oh, man. This is going to be painful today. Another thing is also the fact that it's winter, so it's cold, but I still need to have the air conditioner on in my room, because otherwise my camera overheats, because my air conditioner is essentially pointing like directly at where my camera is, so the airflow keeps it cool. So I'm fucking freezing. Okay, but essentially for the warp spiders, these are the main colors that we're focusing on right now. For the most part, so where I got up to in my own time was I did the base coating, I base coated everything in Corvus Black. Thank you, Jesus. Thanks for the $2. P. Awesome. Love that. Yeah, so I've base coated all of them in the Corvus Black. I've done their backpack in the Corn Red. Their faces and mandible things have been done in Fenrisian Grey. I've picked out their eyes, their eye lenses, and then I'm going to go back over that with a bright red. The one that I like to use is the Vallejo Scarlet Blood. That one is really, really nice. And then it's just a matter of, yeah, picking out all the little details in our Hashut Copper. And if we have time at the end, I'll come back through and do this sort of plasma effect in the guns that I did for Lycus. But that's not going to be a focus. Oh, shit. And then also I'll want to apply Shabti Bone to their the additional arms they have, the backpack arms, because I think that looks really nice. But yeah, okay. Anyway, let's just get going. This is going to be painful. We're probably going to be here for a while. And yeah, then when we get around to it, I've already sort of planned out the colors that I'm going to use for all of my my wraiths and my spirit seers. Oh shit. Because we're doing Craftworld Eandon. So for the wraiths, what I'm going to be doing is, I've seen a cool thing that people do where to get a really, to get a cool metallic, a cool colored metallic look, what they'll do is they'll base coat instead of in a white, so they'll use contrasts, but instead of having a white base coat, they'll use a really bright silver, and then they'll go over that with the contrasts. So I'm going to do that for the heads and maybe like the armor trims and stuff for the wraiths. And then I'm going to use the Citadel Croxagore scales. I got this recently, and I really, really, really like the color of it. In fact, I was sort of fucking around with the colors on the underside of this base here, and that's the sort of color we'll end up with on the heads of our wraiths, which I really like. And then that's the primary color for Craftworld Eandon, so that'll be all their bodies and all that sort of thing. So yeah, a lot of work ahead of us. And if we have time at the end after all that, then we'll work on the bases. Chili, what's up, Noah? How long am I streaming today? Very good question. It's probably going to be a long one. Morning. Oh, you're up early, John. Or are you up late today? No Titans, bad boy you. Don't worry, Silver, no Titans. Biggest thing I've got for you today is going to be a Wraith Lord. I do plan on getting at least one Wraith Knight to add to the mix, because the Wraith Knights, the Eldar Wraith Knights, are so fucking cool. But yeah, unfortunately, biggest boy I've got today. Yeah, unfortunately, we're working within the constraints of 1,000 points, so it's not super realistic to get any super huge models. Really not an LBM 10 today. Hey David. Whoa. Haven't been able to sleep because of the Cosmo TTRPG books. Yeah, I saw you messaging the group at like, what was it, like 2 AM about that? Yeah. Got done standing a table. Oh, hang on, Technic. Does that have to do with the 40k related project that you, or that Phobic was talking about? Are you guys building a gaming table? Because it sounded like Phobic was trying to keep that a secret, and you might have just spoilt it. Four Wraith Knights, 2 Revenant Titans, and a Phantom Titan. What would the point value of that can come to? You've just been told you're not supposed to say that. It's alright. It was only witnessed by, like, 8 other people. That's only probably most of my audience. There might be some people who didn't see that. Give him a death stare. Oof. Righto. So... Yes, we've just got to get started on this, because we'll be here a while. Sanji didn't see him, and that's all that matters. Oh, that's what matters. Yeah, but also Sanju is known to watch VODs. He's weird like that. I don't know. Hang on, I'm just gonna adjust my angle here. Hey Charlie, hey Medic, how you going, mate? Doing well, how about you? Yeah, not too bad. Been quite busy with stuff lately. Yeah, and a lot of my downtime has just been assembling and priming all of these dudes. So it's nice to actually be painting again. But yeah, past couple of weeks I've been playing, or probably past almost a month now, I've been playing Tabletop, although I didn't get to play last week, which was a little sad, but we're playing again on the weekend, so that'll be good. You moved? Oh, righto, nice. So is this, is the project related to you having a new place, so you have space to do cool stuff like the thing you're currently working on? Is that part of the reason you guys are working on that project now? The project that shall not be explicitly named? That's for Fabric's house? Ah, okay. He's living at your place for like a week or two. Oh, okay, so you've got his labor. He's paying in work. Your only complaint with the player's handbook so far is that they put the chapter for the basic classes after the stat breakdown chapter, when you should make a character in the opposite order. Would it not make sense to understand what the stats are before you before you read the classes? Because then you'd know what classes would scale with what? Would that not be the logical way to set it up? Or is it just because of the way the system works in particular, you would want to look at the classes before the stats? I guess, like, on one hand, it is like you want to see the classes early so that you can sort of know what you're getting into. Because that's the exciting part. Beautiful models. Oh, I've got the new Deacon stuff from Age of Sigmar. Yeah, I saw them. They're really cool. I wish I had any interest in Age of Sigmar. Is this the Kickstarter friend? No, this is not the Kickstarter friend. This friend is also friends with the Kickstarter friend, and the Kickstarter friend was very interested in this Kickstarter, but this is not the Kickstarter friend. Yeah, I was talking code too much. No, this is a callback to previous things. So because Silver, I've got a friend who, because I have a gaming group where we'll play tabletop RPGs together. Oh my god, jump scared by the subscriber sound. Yeah, so we've got a gaming group. It's myself, a couple of friends who live in a different state, and then a couple of a few friends who live in the Netherlands, and we'll play TTRPGs on the weekends, and we cycle through so many different systems because one of our friends, one of the guys from the Netherlands, he loves to prowl Kickstarter on the lookout for new TTRPGs. And so yeah, we're constantly trying out new systems. It's a lot of fun. But that's what we mean by the Kickstarter friend. In this case, you're a Kickstarter friend, since you're talking about a system that was funded on Kickstarter last year and you got the digital files for it at 1 AM. Yeah, in this case, you are the Kickstarter friend for this incident, or for this instance. But that'll be me in like a week when the MCDM RPG comes out. Your master at remembering random things that I've said in the past. Yeah, like, you've got all the lore. Totally not a stalker. Oh, that's Noah. You're not one of the people that's trying to find the place I work. Yeah, no, that's like Noah, and I think Sunju also had a go at that. But yeah, thankfully Noah has that Gen Alpha attention span, so he gave up on that one pretty quick. But Sunju was full on just like naming every hardware in Brisbane. It's just like, whoa. Yeah, it'd probably just be time consuming and not all that difficult. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. That's why I said it's like it's an attention span issue. You just couldn't be bothered like staying on task. Well, you know, they don't work at Bunnings. True and real. That's how we feel about Bunnings Warehouse in here. Granted, you know roughly where I live, so if I get on your nerves too much, pipe bomb. I mean, I don't think you know my address. Like, you could send you could send a pipe bomb to the business and hope that you catch me in the blast. Read that in a Hatsune Miku voice. Yeah, I don't know why, but Hatsune Miku's, like, I feel like the voice does very well thematically fit the word pipe bomb. I don't know why. It's just on brand. There's a famous voice line of it saying pipe bomb. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, I've probably heard it in the past, and that's why it makes sense for me, but I can't think of it in, like, specifically. But you know, you too can make her say pipe bomb. All you need to do is spend like $300 on the voice bank. And then put her into your MIDI controller and get to work. I don't know if I've talked about this before, but I find it really funny. I found it really funny when AI voice was becoming a big thing, and a lot of like AI dudes were trying to, or they bought the Hatsune Miku voice pack because they thought that it was just like something they could feed into, like there was something they could just use to like as an AI voice sample just to make her say whatever, and then they didn't realize that the Miku voice pack, it's like $300, and what it is it's a MIDI instrument. So it's just like it's a bunch of samples that you put into a music program. You have to like play it like an instrument rather than just type in a message and she'll say it. And so there were a lot of AI guys that were very angry. Is rug pulling a cryptocurrency target AI bros a bad thing? I mean, literally all cryptocurrencies are targeted at AI bros. And literally like 99% of cryptocurrencies are rug pulls. So I don't know if this would be like anything unusual. I don't think it's going to have like any chilling effect on crypto guys if you rug pull them. Like they know that's what they're in for. Is this Destiny music? No, this is the Stellaris soundtrack. I like, a couple of weeks ago, I like had an epiphany. I was like, hang on. I know the best fucking music for just like sitting down, doing like just focusing on not really like, or I guess like sitting down doing not much for a long time, and it's the Stellaris soundtrack, because that's the entire game, is just long format, just chilling. And it's sci-fi, so it's like, it's vaguely 40k adjacent. Like, it's more tech sci-fi than 40k, but yeah, no, it's just such a good soundtrack. You sell them a service like a course or something, which they sell to other people, which those people can sell to other people, and so forth and so forth. You have just discovered a pyramid scheme. Deepstone Lullaby's peak Destiny soundtrack. True. I don't know if I'd be able to play it though, because Bungie are psychopaths. There's like the classic, I don't know if you guys remember the the Lost Sector on the was it the what was it called? Is like the Shattered Shore or something like that. The Forsaken place, the Forsaken destination that wasn't the Dreaming City, and there was like one Lost Sector in there where if streamers went in with their sound on, they'd get copyrighted because the it was like it was near where you talk to the spider, and it was like it was a club, and and the music playing in there was copyrighted. Or they laid off the legal department. True. No, I feel like that's one of the departments they'd keep because it's responsible for making them money. See, they only lay off the departments that are actually in charge of making things. Anyone who's closer to upper management, they're pretty safe. Forgotten Shore? Ah, Tangled Shore, that's what it is, the Tangled Shore. Yeah. Sad that they removed that destination, I really liked it. It just wasn't anything to do there. It was really cool though. Oh yeah, have any of you guys started playing the new DLC for Destiny? Because I am trying to figure out if it's worth getting back into the game for. Because I don't really know what's even happening with Destiny anymore. Like, wasn't Final Shape meant to be, like, quote-unquote, the end? And then they like moved over to their weird seasonal structure, and now they've stopped the seasonal structure or something, and also now they've completely revamped how stats and stuff work. And at least from my cursory look at it, it seems to me like the ideal way to build stat-wise, just for like raids and high difficulty content, would just be maxing out gun damage and super damage, no? You were there for the Forsaken, well, he was there for the Forsaken campaign season of the Hunt and like no other season, same boat with you. Yeah, I know, like they could have done so much more with the Tangled Shore, it was really cool. seen 3 reviews for it. 1 story is awesome, blah blah blah. 2 story is man gameplay sucks. 3 story sucks and gameplay sucks, worse than Cuss vs Cyrus. Okay, these are not. These reviews don't sound promising. Yeah, not gonna lie. Because the reason that I play Destiny, realistically, it's so that I can raid with the boys. Because we have a group of 4 to 5, depending on how many of us are into it at the moment, and then we just raid with whoever's there. And it can be painful when we're trying to do raids raids when they're, a lot of the time the mechanics are designed for 6 people, so you need to figure out some cheese or like to make it work, or you need to just do the mechanic perfectly so that you don't wipe. But it's a lot of fun. I feel like that's part of the fun for me, is when you're doing the mechanic understaffed, and it's like you're running a really tight ship, and if one person dies, it's fucked. I think the probably the most painful one that we've had to figure out to date was Crota's End, the bridge sequence. Trying to do that with 4 to 5 people was fucked. Because there's like, you've got people rotating between the side platforms to the middle, and then it was just like the amount of juggling you had to do to figure out how to get everyone over to the other side with the correct amount of swords was ridiculous. Genuinely, that one had us stumped for ages. Just like, it wasn't even just a matter of like executing it, it was a matter of figuring out like the order of things that we needed to do before we actually pulled it off, and then we had to execute it. That one was really hard. The amount of cheese we discovered is frankly ridiculous. Yep. You and Trevix Clan is known for low manning raids. Yeah, I think probably the most game-breaking cheese that we've used that we actively use is Last Wish against the ogre. I want to call him Fogoth, but I know that's the ogre in the Moon Strike in Destiny 1. But the ogre, where you need to like pick up the balls in order to get the damage buff against it, or sorry, in order to trigger damage phase. Because when you do it, like we can do it with 4 people, but the way that we have to do it is we need to abuse a Titan bug with Sentinel Shield, where if you're holding block when you pick up the balls, you can dodge the instant kill effect of overcapping. And so I'll be running Sentinel Shield, and I'll be the last person to pick up the balls, and I'll pick up like 4 or 5, because it normally kills you at 3. Well, I think I'll pick up like 3 or 4. That's the only like true bug that we use. But yeah, that's just because otherwise you physically cannot do that with less people, because you just can't trigger damage phase with the amount of people we had. Morgoth? Yeah, that's it, yeah. Crota Bridge was the most painful singular encounter, but you think the Disciple Pyramid was overall the hardest with 4? Oh, no, Disciple Pyramid was... I don't know, I feel like I had so much fun with Disciple Pyramid. Oh, I guess you said hardest. When you say pyramid, which part is that? Are we talking the final boss, like fighting the guy who kicks you, or are you talking about the one where there's like the pillars and you've got to get the symbols right and all that shit? Sheldon Iron. Hello, Mac of Mac. Just the whole raid barring the opening encounter. I don't know. Maybe? I think the hardest part for Valve the Disciple was just remembering the names of the symbols. Because for months up until that point, Reese and I had been just referring to them as like upside down triangle, man with hole in heart, and all that sort of thing. And then you and Benjamin had us, it was mainly Benjamin, hated that. And he's like, we're learning the real names for it. This isn't pink heart, or this isn't, we don't call this pink background or whatever. It's called love. Oh yeah, this isn't flower, it's love. And it's like, okay, but flower is more to the point. That's like, you see it and you're like, okay, it's that one. Ben didn't like Reese and my naming system. That was the probably the hardest part for me, at least. It's just stupid callouts. They're so good. Instead of Black Garden, it's like it's well, Black Garden was the one that's like a rhombus with a dot above it, and so it was like we call it like Black Dot in Sky or something. That's what I'd call it. Wait, no, Black Garden didn't have the Heart of the Black Garden, because that it was just like a blue rhombus or something. You didn't like my system either. What do you mean? It was descriptive, and you knew what I was talking about. I'd name it, you'd look at the things and go, oh, okay, it's that one. You just joined and scrubbed through you on the one warp spider. May the Emperor, whatever, Eldar, God protect. Okay, Minty, there's a reason there's the inverted commas, and it's because I take forever to paint anything. The warp spiders. So, to be fair, these guys, they, I had done a little bit of them last night, but this is the only full day I have before the weekend when I'm playing the Crusade. So I've got the base coats on all these dudes sorted. But all the all the wraiths I'm gonna be using contrasts for, so they should be a lot faster. But the main thing is just the warp spiders are I've already done Lycus in the past, and so I'm wanting to match the aesthetic of how I did Lycus. So I'm trying to do a pared back version of how I did her, which means that I can't do any like proper speed painting stuff. So this is the hard part, is the warp spiders. Once we get through them, hopefully it'll speed up a bit. But yeah, this is gonna be rough. We're here for a long time. Take the week off and lock in. I wish, Mac, I wish I could. Problem with working in a family business is it doesn't work like that. What other factions are you going up in the Crusade? So there's only going to be 3 people playing. So I'm running Eldar. Then one of the other guys is running Thousand Suns, and one of the others is running Necrons. Hope it turns out well. Best of luck. Looking good so far, though. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks for hopping by, Minty. But yeah, this is going to be painful. Although I'm very keen to get onto the wraiths because I'm excited to do the colors on them. Eldar Crusade rules are insane. The whole thing where it's just like, okay, you've got 3, you're on a timer, you've got 3 strands of fate, trying to avert destruction, good luck. By the way, your opponent knows what, like, by the way, it's like, here, choose an objective. If you need to hold that for the entire game, and if you hold it at the end, well done, you win. If your opponent takes control of it at the end of a round, then it gets deleted off the map, and they get a bunch of goodies. And then you lose, and it goes on to phase 2 in the next game. It's all stuff like that. It's quite cool. is just like, okay, your job is not to kill the enemies. You've got a shitload of side quests that you need to complete. There's a really cool Eldar thing they can spend their requisition points on, though, which is like, if any of your when your infantry when your infantry die, or when they're taking like when they pretty much basically when they are really fucked up, you can spend requisition on them to turn them into wraiths. Turn 10 guardians into 1 wraith lord. Quite fucked up. Yeah, hopefully the other warp spiders will be a bit quicker than this one as well. This one being an Exarch, I'm putting a bit more effort into his stuff, and he's got a few more details that I need to pick out. Drago got sent to Legends. Good riddance. I know nothing about the tabletop applications of Drago, and I don't know. I imagine he's probably is he the only epic hero for Grey Knights? He's the only one I know the name of. But I'm a Grey Knights hater, so just on a conceptual level. I'm a Thousand Suns guy. I'm required to dislike the Grey Knights. It's part of the job description. As someone who does lots of iron painting, you made sure you could speed paint warp spiders. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that when I painted Lycus, and now I'm beholden to making sure that I paint them in the same scheme as what I did her. I mean, I did her pretty much as box art is done. But also, I have a chronic case of paint every detail that you can see on the model. It inflicts psychic damage on me if I see a detail that's molded on the model and I don't paint it. It makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong. Half the Grey Knights going to Legends. Let's be real. It's fucked up. Like, I feel like the Codex is something you should be looking forward to, not something you should be dreading. Like, when the Codex comes out, you should be like, fuck yeah, my army's got all this cool shit now. Not, oh, they just deleted half my army. Guess I'll die. Grey Knights will get a refresh come 11th or deleted. No, but the thing is, this is meant to be their big update for the edition. Like, the Codex is like the big thing for this edition. You would think that they would put content in it. Not kick the can down the road a few years later. Although at the same time, I'm an Imperial Knights guy at heart, so I don't care if Space Marines are getting shafted. I understand that Grey Knights are technically not under the Space Marines umbrella, but they're Space Marines. They're one of the 20,000 Space Marine factions. They'd have to remodel the Night Dread. What's wrong with the baby carrier? Grey Knights are still paying for retconned lore. Look, these guys, the Grey Knights are one of Matt Ward's chosen. They deserve what they're getting. Need to put them back in their place. Matt Ward stuff isn't canon anymore. It may not be canon anymore, but that doesn't mean that the like the community doesn't still swear by it. Like, whoa, look at how awesome the Grey Knights are, dude! Look at this! Whoa! May not be canon, but it's still in the community. And Grey Knights diehards will be upset that it's not canon anymore. Why are they nerfing my dudes? Think even Grey Knights players hate it? I don't know. I feel like whenever I see anything of like what is the there's the one thing of the Thousand Sun character. I don't remember his name, but there's like the one scene where this lone Thousand Sun just absolutely fucking wipes a squad of Grey Knights. Like, he gets injured and he doesn't end up killing the last one, but he just fucking bodies them. And which makes sense. It's a fucking Thousand Sun sorcerer. Like, there's not many of those guys. And Grey Knights players fucking, or Grey Knights fans in general, fucking hate that. Okay, I think that's most of our details for this guy's... Yeah, I think this is all of the gold details picked out on this guy. Starting power rating of Destiny is 10 instead of what it used to be. Oh, yeah. One of my mates from my, like, raid group, I watched him launch it the other day, and I saw the power, and I was like, oh my god. It's a sensible number again. That's not actually the power rating. That's how many employees are currently working at Bungie. Then he looked at Tyranid's weapon and said the opening. I think... I feel like this conversation has been had about the biovore before, Silver. Hang on, one sec. I will be right back. Just got to quickly go and check something. Yep, I will be a minute. Okay, we're all good. I'm back. Okay, yeah, I reckon this is probably... actually, just for his arms, or just for the arm blades, the very heel of them I'll pick out as well, because otherwise it'll blend in with his backpack there. Awesome. Okay, I'm happy with... Oh, wait. Fuck. Always miss these things. Be back later, ciao, Rado. I'll catch you later. I will probably still be here. Okay, I think... No, you guys, but you're tired. Painted 85 hours since last week. I wish that were me, man. I wish I had that time. Yeah, I'm tired because I've been working and then I get home and I don't have the energy to paint. Okay, that's going to be good for that Exarch. 9 more warp spiders to paint the details on. We can be a bit quicker on these ones. They're not as important. Just need to not be messy, but we don't need to pick out every last detail. Just enough to give the idea of what we're going for. And we don't need to get perfect coverage on all of these bits. You love the whimsy in the Stellaris OST. It's so good. Like, it's actually just some of the best BGM ever. Like, hang on. Were you playing in the game where Lael went into the gamer trance, John? There was one time where we were playing Stellaris. There were like 5 or 6 of us in the game, and Lael had he was deafened and he didn't realize it, and he was so absorbed in the game that he didn't even notice that he was deafened. He just thought no one was talking, and he was deafened for like 2 hours, and like the whole time we're like talking and just like doing like the usual like dissociative like noises, like everyone going wah and and all that sort of stuff. And the entire time he's deafened and he didn't even realize it because he was just so locked in. The Stellaris OST just has that power. I think one thing I need to work on in terms of my setup is I need to get a better setup for the camera, because when I'm painting at this sort of angle here, where I'm really close to the camera, it really easily falls out of focus, because essentially all I'm doing is getting close to the camera and zooming out, which means that the range of focus is it's quite broad. Well, because there's a lot of depth in the shot. But I think ideally what I need to do is I need to mount the camera up a lot higher and then zoom it in so that it sort of pulls all the layers together. Maybe I grab my camera from my second setup so that I can have one for when I'm set up, or have them both set up side by side, and then I'll have one for when I'm working down here. And then when I swap to painting up here, I swap to the other one. Gonna blame the gameplay on the noises and the schizophrenic actions you lot start doing. Look, I don't know what it is. It's just like, Stellaris is just one of those games where it's like, you'll just be chilling. And, there's like, it just brings the noises out of you. Facecam? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know if, like, I feel like Facecam doesn't really offer a whole lot to painting stuff. Yeah, not gonna lie, even just listening to the Stellaris soundtrack right now, it is making me want to just sort of like, I'm like getting the itch to just start making just noises. I don't know, it evokes something deep within me. I don't know what it is. It's just like, it awakens something primal. Jack, you worry me. What do you mean? It's like, I don't know how else to say it. I feel like the Stellaris music, it like speaks to the soul. You know, like that shit just hits you deep. It makes you just want to like chant. Like, you can pretend that you don't feel the same, but I know that you'd just be lying. It speaks to the soul. You don't think this chill spacing out feeling makes most people go more tribal than Spore? I don't know. I think that maybe you're just... I think you're just too tightly wound. You need to let the music wash over you. That's this like just revert to monkey. Not even monkey. It's just like revert to caveman. Does it not make you feel like you're just sort of, you're standing out there on the steppes, like on the Mongolian steppes, just looking over a vast, over the vast plains, and you're like, yes, I am home. And the music washes over you. You do chill out a lot, but in the dissociate from life and forget everything in life kind of way. I think you need to take a more active role in the in the letting the music wash over you. You need to become one with the chorus. It's a beautiful experience. Just trying to see which parts I had done on the previous guy. Okay. Yeah, so not a huge amount of stuff left to do on him. Yeah, I didn't pick out everything. Yeah, I've had a passing interest in trying out oil paints recently. Just because I feel like it'd be a fun experience to learn how to use them, and I think that oil paints in general, they're a bit more self-leveling than water-based. So they can, like, they don't show brush marks as easily. I'm just not sure where to get started with them though. I'm wondering if it, like, would it be best off if I just essentially go primary colors and mix all of my own shit? So just warm blue, warm red, warm yellow, cool yellow, and then just make my own shit? Oh, and then I'd need black and white as well. Or do we think, like, would it just be better to, like, get pre-made colors for what I want and just use them? Because, like, yeah, I'm not sure what would be the better way to go with oil paints, you know? That's the main thing that's sort of blocking me off from getting into them. Oil paints are good for washing. Yeah. I've seen that because you can thin them down a lot and then they stay wet for a while, so you have plenty of time to sort of control where you want them to sit and all that sort of thing. And you can always reactivate them with a little bit of terps on a cotton swab or something like that. White oil is a really good foundation for OSL. Right. So what is it about white oil-based paint that makes it better than acrylic oils for building OSL on top of? Yo, hey Theodore, how you going, mate? Good. How you doing? How you all doing? Yeah, not too bad. In purgatory with these warp spiders because I can't really, like, they're not exactly the most speed paintable. So I'm just trying to do the essential parts so that they're readable and nice. But then once we get to all the Wraith Guard and Wraith Blades and shit, hopefully that's where I'll actually start feeling like we're making progress on this army. Look like they would love sub-assembly. Yeah, maybe. The issue is that I feel like if I painted them in sub-assembly, then I'd end up painting all of the super hidden details as well. Whereas at least with this, there aren't too many bits that are super hard to reach, and I'm not going for a perfect paint job on these guys. I just want them to fit in well and not look shit. Because I've got to do 10 of them. How's Frank doing? If you're talking about who I think you're talking about, Frank has not been here for a very long time. Oh, unless you're talking about... Are you talking about the guy who I eviscerated trying to do the base for the knight? The guy who I chopped, like, all his arms and legs off? Are you talking about that Frank? Because he is a broken mess sitting somewhere on the desk behind my screen. He's just, he's abandoned. He met a sorry, sorry end. Moves through the cracks easier, and once dry acrylic paint covers it better. Right, okay. That does make sense. Show the remains. I'll see if I can pick out his broken body. One sec. I think he's back here somewhere. Is this him? No, this is his friend. I've got... This is a leg. I don't know where the rest of him is. It looks like all that remains is a leg. Yeah, all that I've got left is a leg. Quite sad. Frank has no legs. Don't worry about it. The Brain Boy? Oh, yeah, no, I ended up finishing the Neurotyrant. It's on the other side of my room. But yeah, finished him up quite nicely. That was a lot of fun. I think I should have the yeah, I'm pretty sure I uploaded a whole video with like the showing how he ended up there. So he'll probably look better in the video than he will right now because he's probably got a bit of dust on him. Because that one was a little while ago. But yeah, I thought Frank was what we named the Zangor that I absolutely mutilated because I was going to have him getting stomped on by the Night Questoris that we built. So that's a great vid. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm really happy with, like, the Neurotyrant was a lot of fun to paint. I liked that one. Tyranids are always satisfying to paint because they're just, like, they're just this. It's so easy and it's so like. They're easy and they're fun just because of the way they look. Just you get to do these fun, like, fast painting methods. Yeah. Painting Tyranids is always a treat. Frank was the big brain boss. Oh, as in the really big guy? We never started. I haven't assembled that guy. Yeah, we never. If you're talking about the psychophage, the one on like the big bastard on like on all fours, I never ended up assembling him. So I've still got him in the box, but oh no, sorry. Yeah, you just mean the big brain boss compared to the Neurotyrant as opposed to the Zangors. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way I would have named the psychophage. He never even appeared on camera. Tyranid's fast, who lied to you? What do you mean? They're like one of the, at least when I'm painting them, they're probably one of the quickest factions to paint for me. Just because you can, like, Slapchop looks really good on them. So you can do like the way the flesh on their bodies looks with Slapchop is awesome. The only issue is that there's thousands of them. So that's the bit that makes them take longer. But if we're talking on like a model by model basis, I feel like they're pretty quick. You have a Winged Hive Tyrant, 2 Winged Tyranid Primes, and the Swarm Lord. Oh, all the big boys. I mean, you could get bigger, but that's a lot of big boys. Ooh, why is my camera flaring out now? Is it just because am I that white? That I just completely flare out the color balance if I get too much of my hands on screen? You guess you're just a perfectionist because both your big bugs took 30 hours each? Okay. So Francois, sorry, not yet, not Francois, sorry. Holy shit, why did I even start thinking? I think it's because I've got brainwashed by Frank being brought up. He's on my mind, I'm being haunted. No, yeah, Silver, the, like 30 hours each, like 30 hours for a big bug, in my books, that's not too bad. You forget who you're talking to. I actively spend way too much time on all of the minis that really shouldn't take that long. It took you 3 hours on the Nord. Holy shit, that's fast. That could not be me. Okay, I think we're probably good for details on this guy. Oh, never mind, I missed these bits on his ankle there. See, that's why we always do a final check before we move on. Okay, now I think that's all the bits that I had intended to pick out in the gold on this guy done. Maybe just that one there. That'll be good. Maybe just that one there. That'll be good. Okay, so that's 3 of 10 with the gold details picked out. I think I definitely need to pick up the pace a little bit. Because if 3 of 10 took an hour 40, then we're going to be here a while. And you have 3 Tyrant Guard prints. Yeah, you got the you got all the bugs on the block. And, understandably, all of the big ones, because the big ones are the cool ones. No sane person would want to make an army entirely out of all, like, or would want to paint an army entirely made out of, like, Termagants and Gaunts and like, Neurogaunts and all that sort of thing. That sounds like the opposite of fun. Genuinely just torture. Zergrush. Yeah, no, it's funny, but it's not fun. On the painting side, you're spending 20 years painting the same guy 3,000 times, and then on the gameplay side, you're spending 20 years rolling dice for every squad that shoots. In fact, I'm just going to check right now. If I go over to the data sheet for the termagants, Tyranids. If they have more than one attack per gun on the termagants, then they're battle line as well, so you can have 6 20 blocks of them. So what's the maximum number of attacks we can get? All models can have their flesh ball replaced with a devourer. So devourer is 2 attacks. Okay, let's just go baseline. You can have 40 dice rolls from all of them firing their primary weapon. And then also there are, you can potentially get more attacks on them if you swap out some of their other guns. That's too many dice rolls. You have 6 blocks of those dudes rolling 40 attacks every time they shoot. You're just there for years, just rolling dice. Don't forget the Hormagaunts. I don't even want to look at the Hormagaunts. Are they worse? You have a pulse tank. You have 70 Termagants and 10 Gene Stealers. Okay, that is that colossal Tyranid army. You've got a whole hive fleet there. Got an update on Stormlight, hodgepodge the character, and understand the creation process, and if you need help when you decide to try it. Yeah, I'll probably, I am interested in it, so I'll hit you up when I have some time, but I think I'm gonna be pretty busy for a while yet. And they have 50 gaunts, so 20 to build. And have you painted a lot of your little men, Theodore, or are they just is it an army of grey? Because I feel like if I had that many men that I had to paint, it would be the most soul-crushing thing just to look at. I don't know if I'd be able to muster up the courage to even start painting all those dudes. Like, painting 10 warp spiders and 15 wraiths, a wraith lord and two spirit seers, for me, this is already daunting. Like, that's 38 models. It's not that much compared to what you've got. All 50 painted? Oh, nice. Yeah, I am praying that the wraiths are as quick to paint as I'm hoping they will be. you paint your 10 Infernus, 5 Infiltrators, 10 Terminators, and then assemble your Gladiator and 2 Ballistas, or play Dota. Well, I mean, you're not on a time limit for your Iron Hands, are you? Because you're playing your T-Suns in the Crusade, aren't you? Like, I would say that the productive answer is paint the men. Because if you paint them when you're not on a time limit, then you get to spend more time on them and have fun with it. But I don't know if that's where your where your heart lies. All right, you're out. Put in almost 11 hours painting today. You're tired, right? I'll catch you later, Silver. Get some rest. Who knows, I may still be live when you wake up, depending on how long this takes me. Basically all of your sons are painted except your Zangor Enlightened. Man, I really like the Zangors on the discs, they're so cool. Except they haven't done shit every time you've run them. Look, they're waiting for their moment. Because I feel like they, on paper, they're quite good, aren't they? Because they're really fast, and don't their weapons have precision? I feel like they do, don't they? I feel like they, yeah, on paper they should be really good. They just haven't had their moment yet. It's like me with my Warglaive. Just like, he's a really good unit, he just gets fucking blasted every game, just one shot. Lack of sleep's caught up, gonna try and nap for 2 to 3 hours. Right, I'll catch you later, John. 4 ups to hit on the Enlightened. Yeah, that can be a bit rough. What's going on? Hey Gavin, how you going, mate? Been a little while. You good? Have you been? Yeah, not too bad. Sort of on and off, but getting there. Yeah, I'd say like between work and other stuff, I've sort of been struggling to find time to sit down and do a lot of my painting, that sort of thing. But I'm doing bits and pieces where I can, and that's all you can really do, hey? Just gotta find the time. Gonna try run the Enlightened with the Shaman you bought, so it'll make it a 3-up, which hopefully makes them goated. Right, yeah, that would probably be quite good. Just getting the consistency on them, I think, is all you need to just sort of push them from a coin flip over to something really handy. Thought maybe I got a girlfriend. Fuck no. Who do you think you're talking to, Gavin? Look, I appreciate the confidence that you... No, but... Ew. Yucky. Look, if she's not going to help... Like, if she's not going to assemble the minis so that I can paint them, then I'm not interested. There needs to be something being offered in the relationship. Got something better than a girlfriend? Yeah, I got a gaming group. I got some gamers. And that's why I'm on this, that's why I'm on a deadline with these Eldar. List of Nids is Swarmlord, Winged Tyrant Prime, 2 Winged Tyranid Prime, 70 Termagants, 10 Gene Stealers, 1 Orn, 6 Rippers, 2 Psychophages, 1 Tyrant Effects, 6 Tyranid Warriors, 6 One-Line Rippers, 3 Tyrant Guards, and a Lictor. Holy shit. That is, yeah, that's a lot of boys. You done yet? I'm actually, Mac, I am done now. That's crazy. How'd you know? I am not done. We will be here for many hours to come. I'm tired, boss. Maybe if I got a girlfriend, she'd be into this nerd shit and assemble my models. I never know until you try. Yeah, true. But the time that I spend trying to find that girlfriend who would assemble my models could be spent assembling the models. You get a girlfriend to paint for you. Why would I do that, Mac? The paintings is the fun part. Can't just let her take that from me. That's why I've got her on model assembly duty. That's the that's the boring shit. Warhammer nerd version of the trad couple. Instead of cooking and cleaning, she assembles minis and primes them. Just gotta turn up to Warhammer competition without showering. That's how you find your queen. True, but you need. It is the thought process behind that. You need to have your musk be stronger than all of the others at the competition so that she can smell you and find her way to you. I understand. Thank you for the for the guidance. Oh, one sec, just realised my chat wasn't set up correctly. There we are. So sometime next week you'll be buying the Nid half of the Leviathan box set from a friend of yours. Ooh, nice. That friend of yours kind of cringed that they bought the Leviathan set for the Space Marine models. It's a little bit goofy. It's called Leviathan. Usually you get that box set because you're interested in the Tyranids, not the 10 Infernus Marines, a Dreadnought, an Apothecary, and a couple of Terminators. That's just my opinion, though. You know how it is. Because, well, like, what is the... What was like the value add for that for the Terminator or for the Space Marines in that box? Were there any new ones in there? Was the Dreadnought a new Dreadnought? Or was it just the? I know I'm pretty sure the Apothecary was a new model, wasn't it? You understand the assumption was part of a huge lot of stuff you got under tragic circumstances. I see. Okay, in which case, yeah, I'm not aware of anything that surrounds the situation in which he got it. So yeah, if there's some like weird shit happening there or some bad shit happening there, I retract all judgment. Was all new, dumb idiot, stupid Sheldon. All models were new. I see. Okay, I wasn't aware that the Infernus Marines were new as well, but also at the same time. Okay, this is just my Space Marine bias coming out again. They're just guys. They're just like I don't know what to. I built and painted the Infernus Marines. Like, they're cool. But, like, you know? Like, you know? I don't know. Sad news on the Western Front. Pepper's no longer around. Oh, fuck, man. That sucks. Yeah, it fucking sucks losing a pet. I'm sorry, man. Still have his more judgmental, less sketchy brother. What do you mean by less sketchy? What about Pip was sketchy? Are we just talking about like the eye contact with the camera? Like, you think like he's plotting something sketchy, or did he like constantly do like dangerous shit. Just spilled your plastic cement. I did that the other day. I spilled it while I was assembling stuff in my spray booth so that I could extract the fumes. And now, like, a small quadrant of the plastic base of my spray booth is just all like, it's like smooth but kind of like it's yuck. Have you ever seen the look in his eyes? Okay, yeah. I imagine that was probably what you were getting at, was the look in his eyes. The way he just stares straight through you. So his brother is actually a cat, not a man that's inside a cat. Like, because that was the vibe that I got every time I saw the photos of Pip, was I was like, that is not a cat, that is a man. Who's known since before you've met who's own life, and that guy's brother handed out a boatload of GW friends. Few of his friends have been selling a lot of it and spending off the money with the brother. Right. Yeah, jeez. I don't know what to say. Yeah, it's it's. Yeah, I see what you mean by tragic circumstances. Reason your custom hive fleet is so elite is that they appear whenever another hive fleet can't break a strong world. Also lets you paint a bunch of other colors and say they're the hive fleet being supported. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. You can have, like, and you can just say that some of these Tyranids that were assimilated, I guess you can't really say they were assimilated into the hive fleet from other hive fleets, because the whole thing is once they eat a world, they just eat everything, dissolve it, and then spit out new shit. So theoretically, the hive fleet colors would be consistent once they move on. But yeah, if it's at a new world, then you can say that it's like, it's a merger of several different hive fleets. Okay, not really much you can say. Yeah, no, it's like, it's just a fucked situation in general. No way you saw all the reveals last weekend and just said, eh. I saw all the reveals last weekend, and I saw the Voten, and I was like, let's fucking go. And then I saw the others, and I was like, eh, it's fine. Because it was basically just Space Marines plus Voten. That was pretty much what we got. It was lots of different Space Marines, and like named characters and shit, and then like 6 different Voten models. And the Voten ones are very, very cool. But I'm just not a Space Marine guy, you know? Like, you cannot sway me by going, look, we've released 5 new Space Marine epic heroes. Look at these. Don't you love the Raven Guard? And it's like, like, they're fine. I don't need more epic heroes for these guys. I'd like to see more Xeno stuff, or things that from the Imperium that aren't Space Marines. Like, Raven Guard players, I'm sure they were very happy. Fuck anything Votan? What do you mean, Gavin? They're so cool. They finally brought the Dawi to 40k. Like, that's what we want. And like their mechanics, their whole mechanic on Tabletop is like grudge settling and shit. Like that's it's just 40k Dawi. It's so good. And they're chill with Men of Iron. Like, what else do you want? And it's not just like they're chill. It's just like they have equality with like their bro is just a robot. Just go drinking with with robot Steve. They no longer have judgment tokens? Don't they? Did they change? I thought I was looking at their thing on Wahapedia just the other day, and they still. When I go to like army rules. So is Wahapedia not up to date on them then? Because Wahapedia shows the Eye of the Ancestors thing with the judgment tokens and the now we've got a grudge to settle when they've got 2 judgment tokens. Is that not a thing anymore? And if so, when did they change it? Codex hasn't come out yet. Oh, okay, so it's Codex Leaks where we found that out. Ah, well, regardless, they are still very cool, and I like that they have some interesting models now, because a lot of the models that they had like on release were just all pretty samey in my opinion, and so it's just like it was hard to want to get them. I like their I like the car, the weird like bubble car is really sick, and I like the tall robots that they're getting now, and the heroes are really neat. The Grimnir is also one of my favorite models in 40k. Most dwarven model in the game. You're getting a vote and painting stream? Hopefully not, because that would require that I spend all the money on building a Votan army. Or even just getting Votan models in general, and if I get some, then I'll get more. And I've got such a huge backlog as it is. So, not anytime soon, fingers crossed, or my wallet will cry. If they get a really good combat patrol, though, I might change my tune. Fred is hyped that the Geomancer now has a model. Which one's the Geomancer? Was that one of the, was that the cool looking, Votan with the Mechadendrites? Combat Patrol's kind of meh. Well, in that case, I am safe from buying Votan for a while. Until they either get a new Combat Patrol or a Battle Force, I will probably not look at buying any Votan models. New Necron character. Oh, right. Yeah. Are you talking about the one that's in the new kill team? Yeah, he looks quite cool. Necron kill team models in general always hit hard. But yeah, I would say that, like, yeah, the Necron ones in particular are always really fun to see. The guy on the rocks think of the Dwarf Wizard. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, look, that's what I was saying, the Votan Grimnir, that's the Dwarf Wizard. He's so fucking cool. And then he's got like he's got two drones which are floating around with him, and they're just like, they're some of his robot friends, but they're just like a torso with a gun that float around. They're so sick. Hoping the new codex makes Grimnir usable. Is he not that good? I haven't looked at the datasheet. I've just seen the model, and I love the model. Can't remember if we ever talked about Brickskrieg on one of my streams. I don't think so. I'm not familiar with the term Brickskrieg. Is this... yeah, I don't know what that is, so I would say we probably haven't. Bro doesn't know Blitzkrieg. Not Blitzkrieg. I knew that one of the youngins in here was gonna do like the smart ass. I don't know what the Blitzkrieg is. I was like, come on, read. That's not what we're talking about. It's another war game. Everything's made with Lego. Well, they're probably Lego knockoff. Okay, I see. Seems like a fun substitute. Just build your own dudes with like a modular war game. Sounds fun. Gonna say a slur? Chill. It's a whole section of voting players that try and make the. Oh, we're talking about the Grimnir. So a whole section of voting players that try to make him good, and no one succeeded. That sucks. How do they do that? They like they release a new army. So there's a new faction, very limited models. The coolest model that they release, or at least one of the top models out of all that, and it's fucking useless. That just seems bad for business if you're gonna have like a really cool hero model and then it's just shit. No one is going to buy it. Surely you would want to make it usable when there's not many units in that army to begin with. Like, you'd rather him be too strong than too weak from a business standpoint. It's a little bit pricey, but not outrageous. I think that I probably won't end up getting it. I might have a look at it, just see what it looks like, because it sounds interesting. But just from like a hobby standpoint, for me, the main appeal of Warhammer is the setting and the painting. So that's like the main reason that I'm spending as much money as I do on this. But it's interesting to see like the cool things that people come up with for other things in the space. Because it's nice to have like competitors in the industry. That's like one of the big things that happened with D&D was D&D was pretty much synonymous with TTRPGs for a long time, and then Wizards of the Coast did what they did, and now D&D as a brand is just fucking collapsing, and the TTRPG space is popping the fuck off. Like, everyone's looking for new alternatives, or like all these Kickstarters and just like little startups are doing their own thing. People moving to Pathfinder. There are big ones going on with like the Critical Role one, which I don't really know anything about. But it's just cool that there's lots of other different variations on the TTRPG genre now coming to the forefront, because people have realized that there's more to it than just D&D, and I think it's good to have other options in like the wargaming space as well, because you get to see different variations on the same idea. Critical Role's getting a Telltale game. I don't know how I feel about that. I think that, so, full disclosure, I am I'm not anti-Critical Role, but I've never watched it, and I've never really felt the desire to watch it, and so it's like one of those things where it's like, you know, when people constantly tell you to do something, you become less inclined to do it, and people like when people talk about how awesome something is, you sort of like become a bit averse to it. I kind of have that relationship towards Critical Role where I'm sure it's amazing. Or, sorry, I don't know if it's amazing. I'm sure it's good. I know that Matt Mercer is an amazing DM, but my issue with Critical Role is that I feel like because Matt Mercer is really good and because Crit Role was really popular and it was very big on popularizing D&D and TTRPGs in general to a wider audience, it's sort of done that thing where a lot of people who got into D&D because of Crit Role have certain expectations or beliefs about what TTRPGs or D&D in general should be. And they look at like Matt Mercer as the guy, and his D&D is what D&D is, when realistically, Crit Role is not D&D. It's a TV show that's being played by voice actors and people who get paid to make that their job. And so I think that it's kind of like Crit Role has been really good for TTRPGs, but it's also had a bit of a detrimental effect on the community side of things. And so that's why I'm sort of like a little bit averse to when they do new stuff and that sort of thing. Have you seen Vox Machina? No, I haven't. I have not consumed any Crit Role content, pretty much just because of like the reasons that I just talked about. Then it was like, I'm sure it's good, but I've just kind of it doesn't really give me a bad taste in my mouth, but it's like it's like that sort of aversion to it where it's like, I don't really need to bother with it. And that's why for me the best the DM who is the guy is not Matt Mercer, it's Matt Colville. That man is my lord and savior. Whenever you're anyone's first DM, you give them a rundown and make sure to inform them that D&D is not crit roll. True, yeah. I think that the big thing is to set expectations. Like crit roll, they are playing D&D, but the D&D that they play is not D&D that any like regular person will play. The amount of time that goes into it and the amount of like the role-playing skill of everyone there is just like so out of like reality that if you get into D&D wanting a crit roll experience, you're just going to be disappointed, and you're probably going to annoy the other people at your table when you try to make it happen. You love the Cinder King. It's peak animation at the least. Oh yeah, no, I'm sure that a lot of the franchises and sort of like things that have been based off crit roll are probably all very good quality. I have no doubts about that. I think that, like, I think for me as well is, as far as D&D content goes, I'm not really interested in watching like live plays or things based off D&D content. For me, it's more just like about the back end stuff of how to tackle certain things as a DM, or how to present issues, or like how to run tighter combats and that sort of thing. I'm not Matt Mercer, is this real? Yeah, no, I think that's the baseline sort of deterrent for, or that's like the baseline first thing that you tell someone who is into crit roll, who's getting into D&D, is I'm not Matt Mercer. But I think one that is often missed is, I think that people who get into D&D through crit roll often don't quite recognize just how much of that show is done by the or is made possible by the competence of the players as well. It's like it's a mutual buy-in where Matt Mercer is phenomenal and the players are all, or at least mostly, industry voice actors and like long-time role players who are just like, they know, they have an understanding where if they start improvising something, the others will back them up and they will go all in on that shit. And that is just not something that happens at a regular table. What's your favorite Tyranid model? I will say I'm really biased towards the Neurotyrant just because I've painted that one and I had so much fun painting it. So I feel like that's just like, I feel like I'm just going to say the Neurotyrant because that was like, it's an awesome model and I painted, I really like the base it comes with actually as well. Yeah, I'm going to say Neurotyrant. One of the only ones I've painted, but even out of the other ones that I've seen, I feel like Neurotyrant just sits up there. Although I will say the Neurolictor, not the Thictor, that one is fucking awesome as well, but the Neurolictor is very cool. I need to stop playing Risk, too much of an emotional roller coaster. Risk is such a long buy-in. Like, you're in for the long run, and then if shit starts going bad, it's like, fuck! You like the Ripper Swarm? You do the Neurothictor? True! I think the Ripper Swarm could use a few more Rippers on the base. 3 is it, wait, is it 3 or is it 4? I've got one of them here, one sec. 4. Yeah, I feel like it could use a few more Rippers on the base. But it's a cool mini. Okay, I think this guy is done with our... Oh, just about. Okay, I think that's all the gold details we wanted to pick out on him. Yep, I'm happy with that. You just lost almost 900 points for getting a 4th place finish, but at your rank, if you get a win, you'd be lucky to get 500 points. It's so unbalanced. That is, yeah, that seems... That's like... Negative rank gains in any competitive system is fucked. It is so demoralizing. That is why I do not play, like... I play League of Legends. There's a reason I do not play ranked, and it is because when people get... Like, when people get stuck, they become the most horrible pieces of shit to deal with. And League, like, oftentimes when people are bad, they will end up with negative rank gains. And if you end up with that person in your team, you are just going to have the worst time imaginable. But yeah, League has a big thing of that as well, where you'll be like, if you get a bad loss streak or something, you'll gain, like, 17 or 18 LP on a win, and then you'll lose like 22 to 23, and it's like you just cannot break. It's just like when you lose 22 to 23 on a loss, it's just like that sort of shit breaks a man. But it's time for you to take your leave. Righto. I will catch you later, Theodore. Thanks for stopping by again, mate. Good to see you. Have an amazing day in Upside Down Land. I will try. I don't think I'm going to be seeing much of the sun today. It's going to be a lot of just sitting at this desk, slaving away at warp spiders and wraiths. Overwatch has the same problem. Yeah, I can imagine Overwatch should be really tough or be really bad as well, because the games are a lot shorter than League games. So if you're having a bad run, it's just like you're just speed running like those loss streaks, and it's just like it's a very fast spiral down into insanity. Back in old Overwatch, I played a decent bit of ranked there. And yeah, like when you get a loss streak, that shit feels so bad, because there's like no break between you get fucking destroyed, you lose like 20 rank, you go into the next one, you get fucking destroyed again, you lose another 20 rank, and you're already queuing up for the next one, like before the hour is up, and it's like, man, I can't. It's so bad. Last week you were one step away from getting knocked down to beginner because you got knocked around so bad for about a month, and you jumped back up to being master in about 3 days because you got a handful of wins. Right. That does seem quite volatile. I don't think any of the ranked games that I've played have had quite as volatile a system. So I can imagine that would be... I see what you mean by emotional roller coaster. Haven't played online, like, well, I haven't played, like, the online Risk before, but, does it let you run, like, or play multiple games in parallel? Because I feel like that could be quite crazy as well, where if you have multiple games going, and they all finish at the same time, that's just, like, massive, like, compound of rank gain and loss. I feel like that could sort of lean into what would make it volatile. I assume you meant to say Hello Kitty Land Adventure instead of Yellow Kitty Land Adventure, Mac. I have not played a Hello Kitty game before. Unless the game is called Yellow Kitty Land Adventure, which, again, I have not played it before. Is it a banger? Is that why you bring this up? Is it a top tier game? Oh, shit. It's aura. I don't understand this fucking Gen Alpha speak. What do you mean by it's aura? Like you come up with, like, you guys have slang? And, or, like, you have, like, your words or your terms, and then you just change the way you use them. There is a way to play multiple games at once, but anyone who does that is a fucking psychopath. You don't want to be like Magnus Carlsen playing against 10 different guys at the same time. Just like, you make your moves in one game, tab over to the next one. Make your moves there, tab over to the next one. Mac getting his gen slang wrong. Brain rot from too much TikTok, don't try making sense of it. Like, the thing, like, I feel like I'm pretty hip with the kids, you know? I feel like I try to stay on top of this shit. Oh, no, I don't like go out of my way. I feel like I generally understand it, but then it's just like, they start saying the shit differently to how it was originally being said, and it's like, what is going on here? Like, I thought you guys made the rules on what aura means in a slang term, but now it's changed. Witnessing the death of the English spoken language in real time. Yeah, I think the internet has been... it's had an interesting effect on, I would say, language overall. Just because now it's just like blending every English-speaking culture everywhere, and so now everyone's just grabbing shit from everything, and it's just like, it's a mess. It's a hodgepodge. Me when green aura, I don't understand. Is green aura good aura, or is green aura stinky? I don't get it. I'm lost. Yellow liquid aura. That definitely sounds like a bad aura to have. It's crazy, you don't understand considering you're only 24. No, yeah, Gavin. I mean, like, I feel like I am, at least, I feel like my age, like, pretty much the year I was born in, culturally, is like the cutoff point between, like, so I'm a Zoomer technically, but I feel like culturally, I'm like right on the border, cut off between like Zoomers and Millennials, where it's like, was it like, yeah, Zoomers and like Gen Y, yeah, I think that Gen Y and Millennials are the same, but where it's like, like, it's like everyone in my year / 1 year below me either is like, doesn't know shit about TikTok or is hardcore on TikTok. Like, that's where I feel like my age is where the split is. Because I can, like, talk really, like, I can get along really well with, like, for example, my older brother's friends who are, like, 5 years older than me. But then I'll have, like, when I was at school, like, even in, like, primary school and shit, it was just, like, kids who were 1 or 2 years younger than me. It was like, I had no idea what the fuck they were on about. It's just like, what is going on here? Green aura is stinky. Yeah, okay, I correctly identified the green. It's like the smelly smelly socks haze, like when they got like the green like stink lines coming out of them. You with me, you've no idea what half the TikTok brain rot stuff is. The only people stealing your US data is you're stealing your data is the US government. Yeah, maybe the I think it might just be early 2000s kids. It's like that's just like where the split is, where it's like you've got the terminally online TikTok, Instagram sort of people, and then like people who didn't really go down that route and are more like culturally aligned with like late 90s people, like mid-late 90s people. But yeah, I don't know. It's like it's crazy how how small the generational gap is now. I think because early 2000 kids grew up like 90s kids. Maybe. It's probably also because I grew up with 2 older siblings who were mid to late 90s. So it was like I had that influence as well. It wasn't just like I wasn't just like left to my own devices and that sort of thing. And also I think like mid to late 2000s is when you started getting iPad kids and that sort of thing. Actually, no, that'd be a lot later. iPad kids would probably be like mid 2010s, right? Because the iPhone was probably like 2008. I remember when iPod Touches were a thing. That was crazy. But yeah, I remember in my last year of grade 7, so about to go into high school, and I was like, there were grade 5 kids who had iPhones, and it's like, what the fuck? I don't even have a phone yet. Like, I don't even have a Nokia brick, and you've got an iPhone. What is going on here? Oh, hang on. Yeah, actually, what year was the iPhone released? Because if that'd be before 2007 then. One release date. 2007. Okay, yeah, that was the year the iPhones came out. Some of the kids in my primary school had iPhones. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, because I graduated year 7, or I was like in 2007. That was when I was in grade 7, and it was like, oh, it was crazy, weird shit. 25-year-old man goes on a boomer rant about kids these days. The live stream. Yeah, in those days, smartphones didn't have great internet capabilities. It wasn't until like 2009, 2010 when you could actually use it for more than just Facebook. Yeah, true. But I mean, I feel like the big thing was just the fact that these kids in oh wait, no, what? I got completely messed up on my timeline of things. I wasn't in 2007. I wasn't in year 7. I was 7 in 2007. 2012, I was in year 7. So that's like, that tracks a bit better. So it was beyond the first iPhone model. Yeah. I don't know, I got completely mind wiped about how old I was. Yeah, but because it was like grade 5 kids, so they would have been 10. The fact that there were just like 10-year-old kids, like, at school with at primary school with phones on Facebook and shit, that was wild. Like, I feel like that is the sort of, like, that's the sort of stuff that started, like, changing the way people interacted. Like, that's the start of, like, the generational divide. I think it really is, as boomer as it sounds, it was just social media. Like, that shit's crazy. That does stuff to people. Just, like, in their developing years and stuff. How were you during 9/11 2001? Hello, Commissar. I was probably in a cot. Sleeping. Convenient excuses. Oh, hang on. You don't want me to bring this up. Where were you on 9/11 2001, Labby Fade? Not Born Loser, were you not? I thought, oh, no, I think it's someone else I'm thinking of. About the 11th of the 9th, 2002. Oh, you were an omen. I see. That's what it was, okay. Also, you were a repercussion. You were supposed to be on one of those planes. What do you mean, Mac Mac? What do you mean? There's a little bristle there that I'm trying to get rid of. Please. Oh, I think it's... Oh, it's painted on. Damn it. Okay, hang on. Oh, I got it. There we are. That's good enough. There's a little bit of a mistake there, but not the worst. Bunch of unks in the stream. True. Actually, I'm not an uncle yet. That being said, oh, man, I had a friend in primary school who was an uncle. Oh wait, no, he wasn't an uncle. He had younger aunts. That was the weird thing. So yeah, I had a friend in primary school who had 2 aunts that were like 5 years younger than him. And so there was like weird things. He'd be like, yeah, I'm babysitting my aunties today. And it's like, what? Huh? What? Yeah, that was mind-wiping shit for young me. I was like, how is this possible? The Stellaris music, though, it's so good. You kids are far enough in age that your next kid could be an uncle before he's born. Right, yeah. That was like the thing was, because this friend, essentially, his grandma had his mum when she was 16, and then his mum had him when she was 16, and then his grandma had some more kids later on, and so it was like, yeah, he ended up, well, had some more kids like probably like 5 years later or something. So then he ended up being, yeah, he had like 2 aunties, which were several years younger than him, which was a very odd thing for like young me to try to comprehend. Your oldest is 20, your youngest will be here in October. Oh, congrats. Hope everyone has a positive and productive day. We'll come by later if you're still going. Righto, yeah, I'll catch you later, Stabby. At the rate I'm going, we will probably be here for at least a few more hours, bare minimum. That's being optimistic, I would say. But yeah, I'll catch you later, mate. Really don't get Labubu's. What are Labubu's? We've gone back to like Zuma stuff that I don't get. What are Labubu's? Oh, hang on. I think my sister was telling me about these. Are these the plushie? Are they plushies or are they just the dolls? I think my sister was telling me about them because they're like ugly doll things. She said, according to my sister, they're popular because K-pop artists started carrying them around, and so they're trendy because K-pop people popularized them. That's my understanding. As I understand, the way she described it to me, they're kind of like a status symbol because they're limited. I think there might be like random draw things where you go to the shop, or they'll have like a release date. You go to the shop and you're allowed to only buy. Oh, okay. Thanks for the additional $2, Jesus. We got poo this time. It was P first. Now it's poo. Awesome. But yeah, I think the way my sister described it to me is they'll have like they'll have a scheduled release. And you go there and you buy it, and I think they might be unmarked boxes, so you don't know which one you're getting. And you're only allowed to buy a set number of them, and there are certain rarer ones, and so having the rare ones is like a status symbol. That is the way I understand it. It's just real life gacha for ugly dolls. People complain they don't make enough money, but they'll spend gobs of money on these stupid dolls. No, Gavin, the issue is they don't make enough money because they don't make enough money to buy the amount of Labubus that they want to buy. The Labubus are the goal. The money is the means. If they had more money, that money would go to more Labubus. But also, Gavin, I complain about not having enough money, and I buy these stupid army men. Real life gacha is just regular gambling. Yeah, I guess. I guess the reason I say real life gacha is because it's like, it specifically is like the style of gambling where you are buying a randomized item in hopes of getting a singular rare item. As opposed to just like going all in on black or whatever it is that people do in casinos. But yeah. Also, just realized that based on the way you typed that, Jesus, when I say gotcha, does that sound like gotcha in an American accent? Because I feel like, is that what happened there? Still wish you'd thought of fuzzy boots. The fucking, I don't know. No, that's like that's a big thing in Australia. Is UGG boots are huge with like German tourists and stuff. When I went to school, my school did a thing where it was like you could study most of your stuff in German, like do most of your subjects in German for a few years, and then in year 10 you'd go to like do a homestay in Germany, and then the following year the kid from that family would come and stay with you. And all three of my like, I did it, my older brother did it, my older sister did it, and my sister's exchange student, when she came over, she was dead set on getting UGG boots because she fucking loved them. And they've apparently, or at least at the time, they were very popular in Germany. Yeah, weird stuff. Like they're just sheepskin boots. One moment, I'm just going to quickly go and fill up my glass of water. I will be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. Totally gonna create a Dinkadoo and sell that shit. Fake Australian merchandise. Don't diss the Ugg boots. Are you a fan of the Ugg boots, Reese? Like, I think they're fine. They're comfy. But I would never wear them outside. You're a day one. I see. You there for every new Ugg boot release? You're a known face at the Ugg store. You're not outside. No, yeah, that's the thing. Is like, my sister's German exchange student. She got the Ugg boots and she just wore them everywhere. It's like, what? It just seems like, it just seems dirty, you know? Like, I feel like Ugg boots are kind of like, they're like that kind of boot. It's just like a nice, like, warm, comfortable inside shoe. I wouldn't want to wear them outside. I feel like you just ruin them. And also, they just look like pajamas. Uggs are the reason you missed out on birthday presents? What does that mean? How? I need context. How do these cause you to miss out on birthday presents? Or do you mean you were just given Uggs for your birthday? And you're like, I don't want this shit. You walk into the Ugg store and they have a section waiting for you. Amazing. They like see you approach and they roll out the carpet. They dap you up as you come in. Your sister got Uggs, you got nothing? What? That's some fucked up favoritism. Crazy. I thought it was just like you got given presents that you didn't want because your family just gave you Uggs and you're like, I don't want this shit. But no, you just didn't get anything because your family was spending money on Uggs for your sister. That's wild. So there's like a personal vendetta against Uggs here. You're well known in a Warhammer store. They told you to leave because you've browsed too much. Ah, crazy. They probably thought you were casing the place. Either that or I thought you were like doing some corporate espionage. Although I don't know what corporate espionage could be possible from browsing in a Warhammer retail store. New least favorite model to build is a Kellyan King from the Idoneth Deepkin, or Deepkin. What's wrong with it? Is it just a shitload of pieces, or is it mold lines galore, or what? Well, it's been fun. Take care. Righto. Yeah, I'll catch you later, Gavin. Good to see you again, mate. Have a good night. When does the speed painting part come into effect? When we get past the warp spiders. You see, the right now we're in the inverted commas part of the speed painting. Once we get to the wraiths, that's when the speed painting part actually starts. I think don't have a lot left to pick out on this guy. But yeah, unfortunately, for the unfortunately for my warp spiders, most of the readability of the color scheme comes from the small details against the black base coat. So if I don't pick out the details, then it just doesn't really look good. It just looks bland. I thought up a strategy for the first battle. Oh, is the first battle me versus you? Oh, right, yeah. It's, yeah, Eldar versus Thousand Suns, and then battle 2 is winner versus Necrons, and then battle 3 is loser versus Necrons. I have not thought about a strategy at all. I'm gonna have to... I'll get to that. We'll figure that one out. Play it by ear, you know? I have a feeling that I am probably perhaps a little disadvantaged based on army composition going in. We will see. But yeah, I think that your mobility is just going to fucking ruin me. Okay, I think that's all the little gold details for that guy done. Yeah, Eldar still you're fast. Oh yeah, I understand that I'm fast with the Eldar battle rules, but all of the wraiths are pretty low speed, so I'm pretty much relying on the agile maneuvers to get around. Like, all my speed is going to be in agile maneuvers for bursts of speed on the wraiths, but their base speed is pretty low, and it's going to be the warp spiders. Like, the nice thing about the Spirit Conclave detachment is I can use agile maneuvers on my wraith constructs. Because without that, they're kind of really sad. You've attached your Sorcerer on a disc to Rubik Squad, so it won't help. It's just pre-deployment and Deep Strike. Right, yeah. It's mainly the Deep Strike rule that I'm nervous about. Just won't be able to pin your men down. But we'll see how we go anyway. But yeah, I do definitely also think that I should probably get some real Farseers, even just one real Farseer in my oh shit, in my army, because like the Farseer abilities are so cool. Oh shit, where did this guy go? He fell into the mound and I don't know which one he was. Oh, here he is. But yeah, for some reason, the regular Farseer's offensive capabilities are so crazy high compared to Eldrad, who's just like a single target fuck you guy with a good mark that he can apply to an enemy. But other than that, Eldrad's like offensive capabilities are fucking non-existent. Where like regular Farseers have a very similar mark that they can put on someone, and they can just fucking blast squads like it's nothing. And then also a nice thing would also be the Spirit Conclave detachment is not reliant specifically on Spirit Seers. So Spirit Seers, they benefit the most from it, but regular, like all Eldar Psychers give the baseline Spirit Conclave buff to Wraith constructs. So I can run a Farseer, and it'll still be able to buff the surrounding Wraith Guard and stuff. So like maybe putting a Farseer in a Warlock Conclave and just pairing it up with my Wraith Blades might be a good way to go in the future. No one runs Spirit Seers in Conclave, it's mostly Skyrunners and Warlocks. Really? Spirit Seers, I feel like on paper Spirit Seers are really nice though. Also because you can't, like, Warlock, or the Conclave, like, you can only put enhancements on Spirit Seers. And like the enhancements aren't crazy, but there's a couple of nice ones. Like the one that increases the OC of your Wraith constructs, so that your 5 control or 5 OC squad can turn into a 10 OC squad. Like, do they just focus on massive units instead of getting nice enhancements here and there? Mostly just Psychers to make that move fairly fast to make sure your Wraiths are getting their buff. Yeah, but I mean, I feel like the Spirit Seer has pretty similar movement to the Wraiths, and they have Lone Operative when they're close to the Wraiths. And then you also do just have a, like, if push comes to shove, there is a stratagem that lets you just give a Wraith the benefit of having a Psyker near them until the end of the turn, I think. So I feel like realistically, as long as you position intelligently, you don't necessarily need to worry about having high mobility Psychers or not. Because as long as you, like, you sit a Spirit Seer in a spot where it can affect like 2 to 3 units of Wraith Guard, and unless you get pushed, that guy is chilling. And then if he does get pushed, you're pushing up into Wraith Guard, and so then if the Spirit Seer dies, well, now you've got the mark on you, so that everyone's just going to fucking destroy whoever pushed and killed the Spirit Seer. But you can, provided you don't immediately get into melee with the Spirit Seer as well, then the Spirit Seer can just agile maneuver, reactive move, and hide around a corner, no? I feel like surely the issues aren't that bad. I think like the main issue is just the Spirit Seer is useless outside of their buffs. Non-existent weapons. You lost third. I don't know what you're referring to, but I am sorry for your loss. Oh, chat experiencing. Right, I see. That makes sense. Who was it stolen by? Ah, Silver got it. You're magically in second. Yeah, I don't fully understand all of the parameters that generate the XP. I think it's just from typing and donating. I think that's it. And yeah, since the last stream, I did have a look and see if there was like anything else that like I can do with the chat XP, but no, there isn't. It's like, I was wondering if there was like a way that I could integrate it somehow into other things, but no, it's purely just a visual thing. most streamers just do shoutouts. Yeah, I mean, but how would you do shoutouts for the chat XP? It's just like every time person in first place types, "Hey, thanks, first place." Whoa, Technic Wolf in second place, nice. Technic Wolf still in second place. Keep up the good work. I don't know. I don't get it. Like I see that it's like a fun little thing that sort of encourages engagement, but I don't understand like how anyone could integrate it beyond it just being like a thing that people. It's like people like being number one. At the end of the stream, they just give thanks. They may just give thanks. Right, I see. Good when to find an Eldar with power of determination or a Votan absorbing 7 old ones. Do the Votan have relation to the old ones? But I mean, I would probably just say it's probably going to be the Votan winning the 1v1. Seeing as the Eldar's only got the power of determination, they're not like a Farseer or anything. I would say like just like run-of-the-mill Eldar Guardian. Cold ones, oh fuck. and end the stream. Okay. Okay, Votan, who is 7 cold ones deep, is fucking eradicating anyone he fights. A Votan who's 7 cold ones deep is killing the Swarm Lord. Yeah, 3 Cascaders, 2 Seraphim, a Frail Stern, and a Kygonil Hospital, Palatina Canoness, and a GVC to paint before this weekend he cooked. My condolences, nanomachines. Yeah, I mean, it seems like you might be in trouble. I think you're definitely a little bit deeper in than I am. I've got 38 models to paint. Total, and most of them are sort of mid-sized. Well, most of them are Wraith, or Eldar Wraiths, so they're these fellas. So I mean, they're not tiny, they're not huge. So, and I'm probably gonna be here, like, I've only really got today and maybe some evenings after work if I'm not fucked from work. To work on these. But the main thing is just doing these fucking warp spiders because I'm trying to match them to the, like, because I'm trying to match them to the color scheme for Lycus that I did ages ago, and so I need to sort of have them be somewhat consistent with this. But I need to like pare back a lot of the things that I had done for this. So it's like I'm trying to find what corners I can cut while still having them look good. Really showing his Aussie and shouting out the hit podcast Cold Ones. I've never actually watched Cold Ones before. Loki considering calling out of work Friday. I wish I could. I would absolutely take the extra time to work on this shit if I could call out on Friday. But unfortunately, yeah, this is the only full day I have before Saturday, because I need to have all these done by Saturday. This is the only full day I have to actually work on these. Yo gabba gabba, yo gabba gabba. Hello, Lale. Only full day? Yeah, as in, this is the only day off work I have where I can spend the whole day working on painting. Everything else is just going to be, if I have the energy for it, it'll be evenings. Yeah, the paint that I've got on my wet palette is starting to thin out a bit. So needing to grab like larger blobs of it for it to cover. Because otherwise it just separates and you just see the black peeking through anyway. I don't know, you think you're looking like I'm getting a little ill, think you got a cough coming on. Nanomachines, I wish it worked like that. Unfortunately, I work at my family's business, so that one doesn't fly. I cannot pull that one. Okay. Thank you for the 15, Lale. Blingo, Blargo, Aduarbachi. Thank you, I guess. I keep getting scared by the sound effect. But yeah, back to that, yeah, nanomachines, I unfortunately cannot pull the I'm feeling a little bit ill card. That one doesn't work. Super chat train choo choo. I don't need you marketing for me. It's fine. A little bit weird, but man, okay, the $15 immediately shoots you to first apparently. Holy shit, this is how pay to win is that? 575 XP for joining and just giving $15 when the others have been like Technic's been here for like 3 hours talking for most of it. Jesus has been here for just as long. He's given $4 and those guys are at $2.75 and $2.25. Wild. No, you're number one. Yeah. I don't know, like, apparently, YouTube just, they just favor the depth of your wallet. 575 for just showing up, and yeah, it's crazy. Pay to win, true and real. Ivory white or bold titanium white for your iron hands. I would say, oh, out of memory, hang on, my YouTube chat might die. Okay, no, it's all good, we're back. Yeah, I would probably lean towards the titaniumite for iron hands, just because you get more contrast against the darker colors. But ivory can be good if you've got like if you want it to be more like bone, because you can do things like throw Agrax Earthshade on that and it gets it to a really nice bone color. Like that's how I did the arms on Lycus here. That's Ushabti bone, so an ivory, and then Agrax Earthshade to get it to that sort of bone color. But otherwise, yeah, it depends on if you want it to have that more sort of like the warmer tones or not. Like bold titanium will give you the most contrast, and then if you do things like if you do like chipping, like battle damage chipping and that sort of thing, then that can look really good with a really strong white. But yeah, it just depends on whether you want it to have the warmer tones or just want it to be relatively neutral and high contrast. Is this what we're doing now, guys? Is this what's happening? Thank you for the 15 technic. Okay, thank you. I don't know how I feel about this this competition for first, where it's just people throwing money at the screen. Okay. Can't let by first. Did that give you first there? It did. Okay. Oh yeah, I guess you used US dollars as well instead of Australian dollars, so it's actually, you probably spent like 20 times as much as he did. You may have just gotten baited by the numbers on our currencies. Didn't work though. Oh no, it did. Next message he sends, he'll be first. What if you wanted to be biased, not neutral, and with zero contrast? Well, I feel like being biased generally has some kind of contrast in it, because in some way you're contrasting to the regular views. You spent 15 knowing the difference? I see, okay. As long as you were aware. Like, I guess you spent 15 knowing it'd throw you ahead because the money is worth more. What is going on? Okay, it's about sending a message. Okay, we can chill on the super chats. It's fine. I think the message is out there. Thank you for the additional $2. Thank you. This is really awkward for me. Like, what is happening? What am I meant to do? Like, I feel like anything I say is like either going to make people spend more money or sound ungrateful, and there's no in between. Like, what am I meant to do? Fair, it's literally about sending a message. Yep, several. In fact, yep, several were sent. You're done. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the money, though. Yeah, several messages have been sent. Oh, thank you, Phobic. Thank you. Jesus is now he either needs to type a lot or just, yeah, that's, man. Thank you, Phobic. I'm lost. Where the fuck was I even painting? Let's donate enough for a whole vote and painting stream. The issue there, it isn't the money, it's the time. I don't have time. I've got so many minis that I want to paint, but I don't have the time. Labia has the right idea. Not sure if you're on your phone or that was intentional. Either way, quite fucked up. Okay, it was autocorrect. Okay. Labia, I'm sorry. Oh, that's awesome. You're Labia from now on. What the fuck is that emote? What is that? It looks like it. So that's a YouTube emote, I assume. What is it called? There it is. 3 eyes. Face blue heart eyes. Why has it got 3 eyes? Why is it an alien? You get it a lot. It's fine. I see. I guess it's not outlandish that you would get that more than once. Hadn't occurred to me though. Okay, I think we're pretty good for details on this guy. Don't think there are any... Oh, the face, actually. Yeah, that's an important one. Don't want to miss that. Why isn't an alien Imperium of Man? But it's more just like, I don't understand, like, the theming of the YouTube emotes. They're all just like a little bit weird, you know? Like, I'm a Xenos guy. I'm painting Eldar right now. I like the towel. But it's just like... It's just a bit of a weird looking emote. Like, why is that the YouTube heart eyes emote? Tau army when? True. The thing is, like, I've got, with this, I'll have 2 armies that are sitting at like 1k points. Like, at that point, I don't know if I should get one of these to 2k or just build a third 1k army. Like, I feel like the size of games that I can play in is really limited. Yeah, I have Xeno friends. I'm not speciesist. Yeah, now look, I've got the pass. Look, I've got Necron friends. I can say Clanker. You and Trebek are getting to Age of Sigmar. Fucking beautiful. The only reason I would play Age of Sigmar is for the Skaven. But the thing is, I've decided that I've got the Skaven Tide box, and I've got a bunch of Chaos War Dogs. I got the Battle Force with 7 of them. I can just make all of my Chaos Knights Skaven Knights, grab the Skaven from the Skaven Tide box, have them like hanging out of the cockpits or like climbing all over it or on the bases and stuff. Easy peasy. Whoa, watch the harder. That's crazy. It's okay, I've got the pass. I have Necron friends. You like the magic? Yeah, I never... Like, I was not into Warhammer prior to 10th edition, so... I never like saw it, but I know that in previous editions of 40k there was like a whole psychic phase to the turn order, and that doesn't exist anymore. Is that like is the psychic phase or whatever the magic phase, is that still like a whole thing in Age of Sigmar? Because I do kind of like, I never played in a version of 40k where there was the psychic phase, but when I look at Farseers and stuff and I see that their magic is just like a ranged attack that's tagged psychic, it does feel a little underwhelming. It's like, I wish my warp blast or whatever it's called was like a special ability that had like different activating conditions to shooting a gun. You give me the pass. Thank you, Phobic. I didn't need another person to give me the pass, but I appreciate the validation, and thank you for backing me up on this one. Like, I already had the pass, but I'm grateful for you backing me up on that one. Anyone here like the new Hellsmiths of Hashut? So, were they already in the setting and they just didn't have an army? Or did they like lore-wise like emerge from the warp or some shit? And are they the same Chaos Dwarves from Old World? I just asked a lot of questions, and I was going to ask another one as well, which is, are they like heavily artillery based? Because Total War Warhammer 3, I fucking love the Chaos Dwarves. Like the artillery and the gun lines and shit. Okay, we've gone over this before, but my favorite way to play Total War Warhammer is gun lines. And while unfortunately, because because of the way the Chaos Dwarves play early game, you don't have a lot of guns because you're limited in how many dwarf or Chaos Dwarf units you can have in an army. So you have to pad it out with a lot of slaves. Later on, you can have so many gunmen. You just make it, and they're so fucking strong compared to like regular units. So you can have insane rifle lines. Age of Sigmar has endless spells like big spell stuff. Has the hero phase. Look up line sorceries. Then there's also Cathay. Really cool Minecraft Dragon. Oh right, yeah, the old world Cathay models are so fucking awesome. Like the giant, what even are the giants? They're like statues. I don't know what they're actually called, but they're really fucking cool. One of the coolest units in Warhammer, in Total War as well. They are the Chaos Dwarves, what the voting are to squats. Right, yeah, but I was wondering if they're the same Chaos Dwarves from the old world, like how the Skaven are kind of, they're the same Skaven from the old world. They just kind of like, they just survived the end times and made it through. Or like how the Seraphon, a lot of them, or some of them are the same as the lizard men from old world. Because with lizard men, wasn't it like some of them escaped on a spaceship and then they came back, but by then they had changed significantly because the Seraphon now they're almost like they're kind of similar to Stormcast in a way, aren't they? They like beam down from space to fuck people up, but then there's some that have like reverted back to being traditional lizardmen. Terracotta Sentinels. Oh yeah, the Cathay Giants. They're so cool. There's rules for terracotta, jade, obsidian, granite, and warpstone. Oh, like different materials that the giants are made out of? You can have a warpstone sentinel? That's fucking crazy. I imagine it would make, like, surely warpstone sentinels take, like, they have, like, reduced toughness against Skaven attacks or something. -1 to toughness when in base contact is the Warpstone rule. -1 toughness to the opponent, I imagine you're saying, yeah. That would make sense. It should have a drawback, though. You field these against Skaven, and it has half the amount of hit points because the Skaven are actively, like, tearing it apart. Or, no, if the Skaven kill it, then they get a super buff, because then they just get fucked up. They get high as hell. High as a kite. Or, I mean, you could... I guess it makes sense either way, even just with the reduced toughness for the Skaven. Because they are salivating at the concept, at the thought of getting their hands on some of that Warpstone. It's not because it's making them weaker, it's because it's making them a little bit unwise. Damn, still alive. Hello, Sunju. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while, my friend. Back from work. Yeah, this is, you're working the late shift tonight. Ten to 5, as in, is that PM to AM? Is that what that is? Yeah, yuck. Ugh. I am not envious of you. That's really gross. I don't think I could do those shifts. That would break me. Is it like, do you only do shift work? Because I feel like if it's like, if all you do is the shift work, at least you can get into a routine of that, and sort of plan accordingly. But I feel like if that's just like, if like you might do one of those a week or something, I feel like that would just ruin your schedule. Worst you've done is noon till 11. I feel, yeah, that one I feel like would be soul destroying because it's like you're there for most of the day and then you have the reference point of day going into night and then it's just dark for a while. I could see that one being rough. Worst Legion, Ultramarines. I don't know how you could possibly say salamanders there, Mac. That is astonishing. You're just trying to start a fight. Worst event you've ever done was at your last job. Massive event for a group of 300 people. Started at 10, ended at 3 AM. Holy shit. Yuck. Yeah, that sounds quite fucked. Yeah, I do not want to be in the service industry ever. Like, retail is bad enough. The Ultramarines are goated, though. What about the Ultramarines makes them goated, Mac? Why do you like the Ultramarines? What traits do the Ultramarines possess that make them really cool to you? Because I cannot think of a single defining trait of the Ultramarines other than they are blue. And I don't think we can call there being lots of them a trait inherent to them. Word bearers by proxy because fuck Erebus. Yeah, the word bearers are pretty icky. The thing is, I feel like I want to like the word bearers because Erebus wasn't popular even among his even among the word bearers, was he? Like, he was just a fucker. And the word bearers also gave us the Anchorite, which, like, why is it always the loyalist dreadnoughts? Like, or sorry, the dreadnought, the loyal dreadnoughts from Traitor Legions that are so fucking cool. The Anchorite and Rylanor, actually two of the coolest characters in the entire setting. Logistics win wars. Is that a cool defining trait though? Them being good with logistics? Is that really a cool defining trait? Like, it is by definition a mundane thing that they're good at. Gilliman, goated Primarch, and pretty much the Emperor. Space Marine 2. So, Gilliman is a goated Primarch because he's like, for the longest time, he was the only Primarch that was there. We got the Lion recently, and the Lion is way cooler than Gilliman because he's a cool old man. Fight me on that. Old man beats Banana Boy with a token Eldar girlfriend. I can respect the hustle though. That is very cool. Gilliman is basically the Emperor just because he was the first Primarch to return, and everyone's like, "Oh, we love you, Gilliman," and he is like he's socially apt, and so he didn't just go and start killing everyone or fuck off and go into hiding. So I can like Gilliman. He's fine, but the Ultramarines they're just blue. They're just blue. Lion can walk through space. That's cooler than XL. True. Like, I think I like the bits where that people see where it's like Gilliman trying to be like a just like trying to crack jokes and stuff. Just him being like a regular guy. That's endearing. That's cool. But he's just like, I think that's the thing that makes the Primarchs most likable is when they are acting like regular people. That is what makes a Primarch likable to me, is when you see them just trying to be like trying to do normal person things like crack jokes, or when you see them like struggling with their relationship with their sons, like with modern Lion, where he's just he's an old man who's just trying to make good with his boys. Lion is like 40 tops, shave that beard and he goes back to being young man McLion. Does he? I don't know. I feel like looking at the model, I feel like he's got some of those stress wrinkles. I guess 40-year-old man can get those stress wrinkles going. But I mean, to be fair, he's a Primarch. They're not really meant to age. So like by Primarch standards, that guy is ancient. And he's old enough that he's noticed that he's no longer in his prime as well. So even if he's like 40, like that's pretty old for a Primarch. That's why you love Grey Knights. Blue is boring. Oh. I don't think you were here earlier, Cyrus, for the Grey Knights rant. We had one of these earlier. I'm a Thousand Suns boy. They're my favorite legion, and so the Grey Knights. Ooh, I've got beef. A lot of it is due to Matt Ward, but also on a conceptual level, because they were meant to replace the Thousand Suns. So I've got beef. Grey Knights and their 1,000 sacrifices to make a single bullet. Yeah. Is that like... Are those all like the same sort of bullets that Ahriman got shot with in the... I think it was in Exile, wasn't it? Where he gets shot? He's not shot by a Grey Knight, though. He's shot by an Inquisitor. But it's like a silver bullet, like, inscribed with all this crazy shit. And it, like, gets lodged in his heart like Iron Man. And so he's just, like, stuck with this sanctified bullet in him. So sad that they decanonized Blood Ravens being a Thousand Suns successor. When did they do that? Wait, Blood Ravens are no longer... I thought it was never canonically stated, but it was heavily implied. Did they outright say that they're not a Thousand Suns successor? When did this happen? Since you love Thousand Suns, what's your thoughts on Vulcan proving Magnus is bitch made? Oh, look, Magnus had no shortage of problems. And also, worst matchup imaginable. Anybody being forced into a fistfight with Vulcan is in for a bad day. And Magnus was already deeply fucked up by the time he was fighting Vulcan in the webway there. Like, that was not Magnus in his prime. That was Magnus after being turned into a demon. His soul was shattered. And he's against Vulcan? Look, that's... Anyone's gonna have a bad day there. That's like... I'm not putting that on Magnus, but Magnus was not peak there to begin with, and he was fighting Vulcan of all people. Blood Ravens are now just unknown gene sire. I thought they were always unknown gene sire, and it was just implied that it was Thousand Suns because of the bird iconography and the lots and lots of psychers, the red color scheme being similar to pre-Heresy Thousand Suns, and the tendency for their librarians to fall to chaos. I thought it was always just like heavily implied but never explicitly stated. A while back, if you recall correctly, they put a kibosh on the whole thing. Really sucks because they do kind of act like them still. Crazy that if they would just like outright state no, this is not the case. Usually GW likes to, if they have something vague, they like to keep it vague until years later so they can decide whether or not they want to follow up on it. man, this is never ending. Got any painting tips? That is a very broad question. Interesting music choice today. Yeah, I've just got the Stellaris OST going. In general, it's just a banger soundtrack, and I feel like a lot of them, like, they're just designed because of how Stellaris as a game is. It's just really good for just doing a long, repetitive task, because that's what Stellaris as a game is. Find a painting style you like and go for that. Yeah, I'd say that, because there's a lot, like, there's so many different ways that people can paint. It comes down to whether or not you want to, like, how much effort you want to put into painting, how much time you want to invest. Because in terms of, like, there's a whole lot of different techniques and stuff that you can use, and there's lots of different paints that behave differently. So realistically, it's hard. If you want to paint a bunch of minis really quickly, there are speed painting techniques like slap chop, which is a very common one now. It got popular a couple of years back, which is basically where you will you start from a black base or black prime, and you will dry brush gray over the whole thing, and then you'll dry brush a little bit of white over the top of that, and then you use contrast paints, and so because contrast paints are transparent, you end up with the gradient from the dry brush of grey and white underneath doing your highlights, and that's a quick way to get a lot of minis painted to a decent quality level quite quickly. But then otherwise you can be like me, where you look at when you're looking at a mini painting it, every time you see any little detail on it, you just have this OCD compulsion to paint it because it's there, and then you take 10 hours to paint a single dude. Mastered slap chop, looking to experiment with new techniques. Yeah, so when you look, like, it comes down to whether you're after fast painting techniques, or if you just want to put a lot of time into a big model. Because I would say that, yeah, slap chop's really good for when you've got lots of dudes that you want to get painted quickly. But if you've got like a big centerpiece model, then I would definitely recommend putting more time into it and focusing on something similar-ish to what I'm doing here, where it's not necessarily like these guys. I'm not putting a lot of effort into these, but I think that manually painting all the details, is a simple but time-consuming way to make something look a lot better. For example, when I'm painting my Imperial Knights, and this would transfer to vehicles and stuff as well, is painting rivets is a very time-consuming way of making something look really, really, really good. When it's if it's like a silver vehicle and you can see all the little rivets on it, if you paint all those little rivets, just like dab on a little bit of paint, just to get the rivets, just do a little bit of that in gold on top of your silver vehicle. Those sorts of little finishes can go a long way. And it's really satisfying, but it's time consuming. Your favorite way to learn is pick one technique and work with that. Current army, you're working on getting better at wet blending? Yeah. Wet blending's a fun one. I did a fair bit of that when I was starting out. I did that with my Necrons for their Gorse weapons. And I did a lot of that with, actually, I've got it right here. Hang on. I've got an example of wet blending that I did back when I was doing my Necrons. Where it's like, I did a lot of wet blends for a lot of the recessed sections in my my Necron things here. It's easier to see on here because I hadn't edged highlighted in there yet. But all those sorts of things, that's a lot of fun. Very satisfying technique. Also very time consuming though. If you join the Discord and post minis there, everyone is super nice. Oh yeah, true. I probably, why didn't I mention this? We have a Discord. Lots of really cool, like really good painters in there, and yeah, everyone's really chill. So you can see what other people are working on, and the guys in the Discord are always more than they're always more than willing to share tips and tricks for stuff that they've been working on. Did I cue a water tentacle? Oh, hang on, I'll have a look. I may have missed it. In minis, I assume. Where was it? Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, it's really cool. I do like it. I think that one way... I don't know if you have painted on it since then, but I think if you potentially get some streak... Or not streakiness, but sort of where the dark to light transition happens, if you can sort of turn that into less of a clean line between the dark and light and have it sort of reach down in some bits and sort of reach up in others, I think that'd work really well for the texture of the water. But yeah, the colors on that are super nice and the transition is really smooth. But yeah, wet blending is a really satisfying technique to work with. Need to incorporate it more in the stuff that I do, because I went really hard on it ages ago, and then I just kind of stopped doing it as much. Main model's going to be a nightmare. Yeah, I can imagine. What is that tentacle from? Is that from one of the, also, it's from the Deepkin, but what model is it from? And how big is that model? It's a spell summon? Oh, okay. So it's like one of the wizards or the mages in the army has the ability to just spawn that like in the enemy lines or something, and it just fucks up anyone that's near it. $60 for a 130mm base model. Never thought you'd see the day. Yeah, that seems like a steal, man. GW really trying to get people into Age of Sigmar. You're a goat for real, though? What makes you say that, Mac? Got a favorite army at the moment? At the moment, oh my god. Okay, thank you for subscribing, whoever that was. Scared the shit out of me. I forgot about that one. What was I saying? I just got stunned. Favorite army? Yeah, right now I'm really focused on the Eldar. I really like the Eldar. I've always liked them. Like Dawn of War 1, Warp Spiders, that shit, that was the coolest stuff for me. Like Warp Spiders and the Wraith Lord, coolest things in Dawn of War 1. Yeah, now that I'm like actually doing the models, I'm sort of remembering why I like them so much. Yeah, I'm thinking of after I've like got the foundation of my my Wraith Guard side of the army up and running, I'm considering doing a Psyker-based Eldar army, because there's a Psyker what's it called? Psyker detachment you can do as well. And it's got things that it's kind of like the divination wizard in D&D, where it's like, I believe it's like you roll dice to get some numbers, and then you put them in your back pocket and you can substitute them out. I'm pretty sure that's one of their mechanics. Like you can swap them with rolls that you make. It's fun. Sorry about the description. No, it's all good. I just forgot that I had that sound effect set. Best chapter, Blood Angels. Like, the Blood Angels are fine. I feel like they're overrated, though. Like, they're good, but I feel like they're way overhyped because everyone loves Sanguinius because he's the most perfect and amazing guy ever, who's really cool and the strongest, and also loves his sons, and his only flaw was that he was too nice and too good. And so I feel like the Blood Ravens are just so overhyped. Like, Sanguinius is cool, but he's just too perfect. Like, his flaw being that he's too perfect is like, ugh. Not the most compelling. Sheldon's a nerd. That's, yep, true and real. Live in New Zealand, everything's expensive here. Shipping makes Warhammer so much worse for New Zealand. I can imagine. Because what is the, what's the New Zealand dollar? Is it like 90, 80, 90 Australian cents? Is it something like that? Because I feel like New Zealand dollar is usually pretty close to the Australian dollar, but just a little below, isn't it? And then, yeah, because of how you guys are so far away from everything, shipping, I can imagine, would suck. Because, yeah, because it all comes out of the UK. Fine shipping makes 40k more interesting. You're raining Gilliman, hot stuff. Nice pivot there, Nano Machines. Appreciate it. We love the Yvrain drama. But yeah, just a little sad that the Eldar's only hope for any lore relevance was in the Ynnari. So Craftworld Eldar pushed to the sidelines. They're just like, kind of. And then the Ynnari trilogy gets canned halfway through after they get shafted in their own books. Like, they get absolutely fucked up in their own stories, and then the trilogy gets canned, and now Eldar are just crying in the corner again, like they always have. So why do you need 1K in one day? So essentially, I've got starting a Crusade game on Saturday, and this is the only day off of work I have before then. And I am gonna have like no energy in the evenings after work to actually paint anything significant. So I'm trying to do as much as possible today, so that if I'm doing anything in the evenings, it'll just be like bases or tiny bits here and there. Because yeah, I want to have my all my dudes painted before the Crusade match. You and Fovic's project is coming out a little different than what you'd hoped for, in a good or a bad way, or an interesting way. Is it looking slightly different to what you had expected it would look like, and you're sort of changing angle? Time a hobbyist's greatest enemy. Yep, it's it is what it is. Project you got yelled at for saying earlier. Yeah, it's something that they're trying to keep secret. I think it's going to be a surprise when they post the photos of it. Or at least Phobic wanted to be keeping it secret, and then Technic wasn't with the program, and he accidentally spilled the beans. Not directly, and not in their entirety, but he spilled enough beans to understand what it was. Okay, I think what I'll probably do with the warp spiders is I won't paint them 100%. I'll get the main things on. What I won't do today, and what I'll probably I'll finish them after I've started playing the game. I'll do everything except for the bone color on their back-mounted arms like these. And we'll come back and we'll do those another time. I'll do them after the first game of the Crusade match. But I'll have everything else, or at least a vast majority of everything else done, just so that they're readable. Also, in good news, your missus is finally back. Oh, nice. Because how long was she over there for? Because she was away for a long time, wasn't she? Was it 1 year? She left in January. Oh, okay, so 6 months. Francois quaking in his boots right now. Imagine if he were still here. That would be crazy. Just permanent hate watcher. Any of these minis would be so much easier if DK wasn't currently saying, please no, I'm hungry for banana every few seconds in your brain. What? Are you okay? Oh man, I am hungry. Oh, hang on. I know what we can do. We're maximizing efficiency here. I'm not going to go and make lunch. Because you guys bought me lunch earlier. Thank you. I'm going to order delicious burrito to my abode and keep working while I wait for it to show up. Thank you for buying me lunch, gamers. How hungry or staring intensifies. Burrito, no, get a pad thai. Look, Guzmani Gomez burritos, fuck. They are so good. Where are you getting food from? Yeah, Guzmani Gomez. It's an Australian burrito place. Very, very good. I don't know how many are overseas. I know there are some because there's 2 of them in Tokyo. But, yeah, I don't know if they're anywhere else. You want to think about how many hash browns you've bought me? Oh man, those were back when I struggled to get up in the morning, and I'd get up like right before the stream, wouldn't have breakfast, and then I'd just like order Macca's with, I just get some hash browns. So good. Okay, I'm just gonna put my phone somewhere I can see it so that I can tell when when I need to go and receive my feast. Like setting up my phone in my in the box where I keep all of my tools and stuff so that I can prop it up. This is not working well. Hang on, if I get a sponge brush like that. This is annoying. Where can I set this up? Hang on. Because it needs to be somewhere where it's like just out of the camera, just in case I zoom out. Oh, where I was trying to set it up, it would have been in the camera anyway. Just because I don't want to accidentally dox myself if my thing turns on and just shows my address. When is it due? Between 2:54 and 3:04. Okay, we got like 10 minutes-ish. I'll just put this over here somewhere I can kind of see it. Need fried chicken or chicken fried rice or a chippy. Euro slang scares you. Which part of that is Euro slang? Is chippy, is that what you're calling Euro slang? Chippy self-explanatory. Yeah, I mean it's a hot chip. It's a chippy. Delicious chippies. Oh, I'm salivating now because the chips that they do at Guzmani Gomez are so good as well. Always fucking, oh. Might get some uncomfortable mukbang moaning happening when the burrito gets here. Just, oh, like the puffer fish with the carrot stick. Remember, Americans call them fries. What about ones that you bake in the oven? They're not being fried. Why are you calling them fries? Another moan clipped. Fuck. Damn it. To be fair, that was less of a moan and more of the pufferfish impersonation. Should you send a Let's Play 8-ball notification to your ex at 1 AM? What do you think? Or would that not go over well, do you think? I am going to choose to not get involved in this. You do as you will. I don't want... Look, I'm not involved. This won't be on me. Like that, fuck another one. What was the... Is that fuck another one? Yeah. What was the first one was from... I think there was also a food discussion, wasn't it? I can't remember the exact context of the first time you did this. It has to have been a food discussion. I only moan when I'm thinking about delicious food. And that's justifiable. You actually bake fries, they're tasty. Yeah, but so if you're baking them, they're not fries anymore, they're bakes. You curious now? Fries, baked goods. Well, I mean, if you get like oven chips, those are baked. So like the frozen chips you get from the supermarket, like they're not fried to begin with, and then you bake them, so they would be baked goods, I would say. And like the chips you get like from the school tuck shop, I don't know if people still, like if they still do that or what, but those are generally baked. I think at least. They might have been fried. I don't think many schools have deep fryers though. They're probably baked. Just in a microwave oven and then kept in the hot cabinet. Ah, yes, the tuck shop. Do you not call it the tuck shop in New Zealand? What do you call it in New Zealand? Sorry, the what's the school cafeteria? What that was the worst American accent I could have ever tried to do. I don't know how I feel like normally I'm pretty good.
Hey, it's the... Hey, Peter. I just went to the cafeteria and,
Yeah, I guess you can't really say cafeteria with an American accent. It's pretty accent agnostic. No, you do, you just haven't heard in a while. Okay. What does old lady Doris, the lunch lady, give yous? To be fair, I didn't hit up the tuck shop that much. I would only ever like get tuck shop lunch if my mum was helping out at the tuck shop on that day. Otherwise, I always just had homemade food, or home lunches. It was sad. It was always a treat to get food from the tuck shop. A 10-hour workday today. Happy times. Yeah. Welcome. Yeah, you're a working member of society now, Mac. Welcome. Just think about it this way, you can convert those 10 hours into Emperor's Children models. Like that is literally alchemy. That's equivalent exchange right there. Yeah, I think I've done all the details on him. We're looking pretty good. There we are. Cool. Dude, you wish Chaos Knights had a Canis Rex equal? Do Chaos Knights not have... Surely Chaos Knights have an epic hero. Do they have any epic heroes? Yeah, I play Gargoyle or nah. Are we doing a D's nuts in this day and age? Really? Really, nanomachines? Is that what we're at? Is that what's happening here? Michelle's like, going, mate, yeah, not bad. How are you, Black Sword? Fuck, he caught on. I mean, there is no world in which you get someone with Garglon. Like, I can appreciate the effort you put into it with, like, the capitalization and the apostrophe, but, like, no one is getting caught by that. You doing alright? Just about to school pickup? You thought you'd jump in and chat and say hi? How's the 1k points going? We've been going for 5 hours. We've going for 5 hours. It's not looking too optimistic. We're about. Shit. It's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. Oh man. How many minis done so far? To be fair, these guys are gonna take the bulk of the time. Those ones will be faster because we're using contrast paints. But 2, 4, 6, Wait, 2, 4, 6, 7. We're on our 8th of the 10 warp spiders. And then we need to do 15 wraiths and 2 spirit seers. It's not looking good. Oh, 15 wraiths, 2 spirit seers, and a wraith lord. You're gonna go to sleep so you can actually rest before tomorrow? Yeah, right. Well, I'll catch you later, Sanji. You've had a really long day. Thanks for dropping in, even like after getting home at 5 a.m. Yeah, I'll catch you later, mate. Can't even make fun of me, you're just as bad. It is what it is. Sometimes it's just like that. Hang on, I'm just going to quickly check to see where my food is. I don't want to keep the man waiting. Okay. For some reason, the map is not loading, which is annoying. Let's pull this up. Okay, either the map is bugged out or they just haven't moved at all. Whatever the case, we'll keep painting until the phone updates again. Yeah, let's see if we can finish this one before we get our food for our lunch break. Because I have a feeling that we'll probably be painting long into the evening. Now, unfortunately, since this one's an Exarch, they're going to have more details that I'm going to have to pick out. But I think I've improved my pace since last time. Also, they don't have the power blades, so it's going to be less little bits on all the weapons. They've just got the death spinner. Bought the spearhead and then watched a video on difficulties of painting, and they were on the top, so it's going to be fun. Hey, it just means that you're going to learn the most from painting them as opposed to painting other things. Ooh, I just got another notification on my phone. I think I might need to duck away for my feast. Okay. Yeah, it looks like they just hadn't moved. The map itself is not loading, but I can see where their relative position to me, but they have turned now, so they had, yeah. We've still got a few minutes. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm so hungry. It's honestly a really good way of looking at it. Learned a ton from painting Sisters Battles. Also happen to have some overly complex minis. Yeah, I mean, I feel like just, yeah, whenever a mini has something that just makes it fucked up to paint, there's always, like, you have to, like, pick up little things to sort of make it easier for yourself. Unfortunately, in my case, the fucked up ones to paint are just the ones that have lots of little details, and so I just get stuck for hours and hours on end just painting every rivet on my Imperial Knight, or every little, like, every little stud on the warp spiders. And I don't have to, but I see it and I'm like, I want to. It is there, so it must be painted. Why would they put it in the mold if they didn't want you to paint it? Should check out some Deepkin models. I'm not really interested in, like, Age of Sigmar stuff in general is the issue. Like, for me, it's all about the, like, the only Warhammer Fantasy dudes that I like are the Skaven. What even are the Deepkin, by the way? Are they, like, sea elves, or are they, like, undead, or what are they? Because most of my fantasy Warhammer knowledge is in old world stuff. Don't know a whole lot about the about Age of Sigmar factions. Yeah, the Deepkin, if that helps. Oh, shit! Right, okay. That. Thank you. That. My bad. that helps. How did I not know? They have super convoluted lore, but basically just sea elves that ride ocean creatures like giant turtles. Okay, I see. Yeah, as I understand it, the lore of a lot of the Age of Sigmar factions is super convoluted, no? Like, way more convoluted than it needs to be. You're gonna treat yourself, look up an Achillean Leviathan. I think I'll look at all these bits while I'm having my food. There won't be much else to do, so we can, while I'm feasting, we can sort of do a browser stream source, like look at minis and stuff, and hopefully not buy anything. Voten. Like, I'm safe from the Voten because the council has decreed that the Voten combat patrol sucks. I'm not gonna buy any standalone models for them. If they get a new combat patrol and it's good, or if they get a battle force, then I'm in trouble. But otherwise, we're chilling. Oh, hang on. I'm thinking about it now. Yeah, isn't the Voten combat patrol? It's just a bunch of regular guys. Like, there's no vehicle, no weapons. Yeah, I think I went over this the other day with someone. It's just all dudes. None of the interesting models at all. I'm just gonna check the ETA on my food again, because it got delayed and it's past when it was meant to originally arrive. Is not inspiring confidence. Yep, I just got a notification saying your order is running behind. Combat Troll doesn't suck, but as someone who actively collects, it's not very good. Yeah. I mean, just for me, it's like... I collect minis based off aesthetically, like... Yeah, I am an aesthetic mini collector. I don't really care too much about making a crazy good tabletop army. Like, I'll try to make a good army within the bounds of what I find interesting, but I have no interest in making an army entirely out of just Leagues of Odin dwarves, just the regular squad blocks of them, just as they are. Like, I want to have their vehicles, I want to have their interesting heroes, I want to have their weapons teams. Like, those are the cool parts. Like, imagine playing Imperial Guard and only using infantry units. No artillery, no tanks, none of that. It's just 20,000 guardsmen. Like, you can do it, But that's not a fun force to make. It's a funny force because it's just 20,000 minis on the board and they all do fucking nothing. But together they are like it's just sheer number of bodies. Did Homeboy steal your food? I don't know. That's what we're gonna find out soon. I haven't had that issue before. Usually people are pretty good. Had a man steal one of your breakfast sandwiches? Right. Yeah, no, I haven't had anyone yoink my food before. The map is just showing them sitting still at the restaurant. So I don't know if the restaurant is just incredibly busy, or if the person's tracker is not working, or if the food has been stolen. But this is about 20 minutes behind when I was meant to get my feast. If you recall the combat patrols, and in here champ, 5 in here, 3 broker and 10 warriors. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, when I looked at it, there was like no interesting, like no visually interesting unit. It was just all a bunch of dudes. There's like where's the spectacle? Around you have one time you DoorDash around 15 boxes of Red Lobster biscuits. What are Red Lobster biscuits? Is this like a very specific product, or is this like a brand, or? Took an hour to get there because holy shit, that's like 30 biscuits per box. Right. Oh, so it's just like the people. So the people were just like working at making that shit constantly. Okay, yeah, they're just like, what the fuck, massive order. Okay. West Colorado and your friend had the munchies, so please give us some grace. Okay, I thought when you said you DoorDash them, I thought you meant you were working as a DoorDash driver and you had to like sit there at the Red Lobster and like wait for the people to make the biscuits. But no, your friend wanted the 15 boxes of biscuits. Red Lobster has these amazing cheddar butter biscuits. Right. Yeah, Airbnb's food for the weekend. I can imagine. I feel like no matter how bad of a case of the munchies you have, I feel like you'd have to do a pretty good effort to get through 15 boxes of 30 biscuits. Driver was very confused and quite irritated at holding 15 boxes. When I think about how many cheddar butter biscuits you could consume, they sound so dense. I don't know how you could eat a lot of them. Like, they sound so heavy. They aren't that heavy, and that's the beauty of it. Right. Also past 1 a.m. and your cascade is like 95%, so you gotta go sleep. Righto. I'll catch you later, Nano Machines. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Yeah, have a good night. Your people need you, EP. That's an understandable mission. Godspeed, brother. Yeah, good night. I swear, this is never ending. I thought this was my 9th of 10, and then I looked down and realized this is my 8th of 10. Damn it. What's your favorite slang term? Are we talking slang term to use, or favorite slang term in general? Because I don't think I use slang that often. I think my favorite one in general is... Well, I've talked about this before. I'm sure I have. But it's one that I, for a very long time, thought meant idiot. Because it sounds like it should. It sounds like it sounds like a brother to the word numpty. That's the word nonce. I was not aware that it meant pedo. Such a funny word. So that's probably my favorite slang. Because it sounds like it should just mean idiot. Oh my god, this song in the soundtrack is going crazy. Man, I've almost gone through all of the paint that I put on the wet palette for this as well, and it was a pretty large blob. Almost there for this one. I think all that's left for this one is just going to be barrel of the gun. And there's 2 more! Fuck! Where's my food? I'm so hungry. They're driving! Oh, they're moving! Holy shit. Oh. The food is inbound. Okay, how far away are they? Let's see if we can finish this this X-Arc before food gets here. Oh yeah, we can probably finish the X-Arc before they arrive. Oh, I'm making a mess because I'm so hungry. I'm just rushing shit. Thankfully, in the end, I'll be going over that with, like, probably not today, but when I come back to finish these guys off properly, I'll be doing the plasma effects in those sections there, so any little minor mistakes I make are not going to be too bad. Okay. That's going to be the gold detailing for the Exarch done. And my food is just about here, so I'm going to duck away, grab my food, and then we can have a little intermission where we look at minis and shit while I eat. 5.5 hours. 8 of 28. Fuck. Oh man, I really hope these guys are going to be a lot faster. I will be right back. 1 sec. Okay. Actually, we'll put this back here. And so we'll just make sure our brush doesn't have any paint left in it. On the bright side, I think these guys do look a lot better than the ones without the gold detailing on them. Like, they're a lot more readable. So I think it's worth the time investment. But it's painful as hell. Okay, but I'm just going to quickly just remove any anything from the delivery that might dox me. I think that's fine. Nothing stuck to the chips. No. Nothing on here. No. Cool. Oh, man. I am fangin'. Okay, and what we'll do as well, I'll just zoom this out a bit. Yeah, I'll see if I can pull up, I'll pull up the Warhammer website. Maybe I'll just pull up Wikipedia as well. That's probably the sort of thing we'll be looking at. And then if I come over here, and we'll want to go, let's add a browser source. Oh no, it's not going to be a browser source we want, it's going to be the window. And then it'll be that one there. Cool. Let's just pop that in the window here. Hang on, why is the aspect ratio different to my... Oh, because it's not 1920 by 1080 where this is. I see, I see. In that case, maybe what we'll do, we'll have this up here, just like that. Maybe just have it take up about that much there, just float it in the middle. It was the Adneth Deepkin that we were looking at, was it? I imagine would they be destruction? No. Would they be death? No. So they're chaos then. No. Their order? What the fuck? Their order? Okay. Oh. Actually, yeah, maybe we'll just have it in the minimized version there. Just that way it's easy for me to manage on my screen. So which dudes were we looking at? Okay, so that's the spearhead. What is he riding? What is... Oh, okay, that's quite neat. So they are elves, yeah, you're right, yeah. Yeah, because when I saw they revealed the... Oh, this is what the tendril is from, okay. Holy shit, hang on, that's... What is this? Okay. Yeah, this seems like a nightmare to paint, but it's really cool. Holy shit. Favorite chapter? If we're going by chapter... It's gotta be the Blood Ravens. I'm a Dawn of War guy. Except not Dawn of War 3. But otherwise, I'm a Dawn of War guy. So Blood Ravens, they're just my boys. Okay, and the deep can... So, I'm not sure if I fully understand how this works. Are these implying that they are underwater, or are these sharks flying? Which one is it? Are these flying sharks, or are they implied to be in the water here? Because, like, he's using harpoon guns, so it makes me think that they should be in the water, right? What do they say in the description here? They don't specify it's flying, but it looks like it is. Still amazed people pay current GW model prices. Yeah, they are pretty insane. So bear in mind these are Australian dollar prices, so they're probably they're visually going to be higher than US prices. But yeah, it's still pretty crazy. There's an Australian retailer, Gap Games, and they sell pretty much everything at 20% off, like 20, I think they say it's specifically 21% off, and then they'll frequently have sales as well, where they go even cheaper than that. But yeah, like, direct from GW, some of these prices are pretty crazy. Have they put out any new things yet? No, okay. Still no sign of Knights Codex. Awesome. We managed to get both both Templars and Grey Knights before we got Knights. Painful. Stopped playing before 4th edition came out, decided to get back into it this year, bought a resin printer instead of buying overpriced grey sprues. Yeah, I also decided to get a resin printer because I'm an Imperial Knights guy, and you see, I think it shows up under, it'll probably be under Horus Heresy if I go, Cult Mechanicum, Questoris Knights here. I really wanted to get a Knight Porphyrion, or sorry, a Knight Porphyrion. This guy here, $963 to buy him, or I spend, like, I think it was $650 for a printer, and then $100 on 2 bottles of resin, and then I can have this guy, and then print out whatever the fuck I want as in the future. Like, it's just insane. How would you prefer if GW added an extra sprue or miniature to the box with the same price, or make the 40k rule set more casual and kit bash friendly? I think that I would... Well, I feel like it's pretty casual or kit bash friendly in general. The only time where it's not is if you're going to be playing in tournaments, because then I'm pretty sure tournaments require you to have the official GW things. But if you're playing with friends, as long as you respect like the base size, I'm pretty sure most people are chill with you running whatever as a proxy. So yeah, for me, I would say that I would be more interested in just getting more minis for my money. Still got an old Iron Warriors army, Black Templars, some Orcs, some Eldar. Printed about 6,000 points of Blood Angels, half a dozen kill teams, and a bunch of bolt action stuff. Oh, nice. Yeah, oh, what was it? I was going to say something. Oh, yeah, Iron Warriors. The Imperial Knights that I paint, I'm doing them in, like, Traitor Legion colors, and the Iron Warriors one that I'm working on, it's so hard. I don't know what it is. It's just, like, trying to get the metallic to the right color. I feel like I need to go way darker than what I initially thought, so I'm probably going to have to darken it down with a lot of, probably like some thinned down black contrast paint or something, just to really knock back the metallic, because I have it I started with lead belcher because I don't really have any darker metallics to work with, but yeah, I think I really need to knock it back quite a bit. You haven't seen any of my videos, but YouTube recommended the stream. Wish you luck with this Titanic challenge. Yeah, thank you. We're taking a short break right now because I've been going for almost 6 hours and I haven't eaten anything. So we're having a short feast break. Even printed and magnetized some dreadnoughts for you little ones to paint because they were starting to get jealous of all of Dad's toys. Right. I mean, it's gonna happen. Let's just get rid of that there. Yeah, and so yeah, I really just okay. Nights are on my screen right now, so we're gonna go back to my regular night rant scheduling. Why is it that the first new night kit? Sorry, I'll move my microphone so you don't get your ears blasted by me rustling the packaging here. Well, actually, I'll just mute while I open this. But yeah, okay, so knights are on my screen. Why is it that after, I think what was the last new knight model was 7 years ago, and we finally get a new Imperial Knight model release, and it's another fucking Questoris, and all they did is they just put a brick on top and gave him 2 plasma guns. And not only that, they have somehow that has disruptions with the production process, and the whole, like, all of the Knights shit gets delayed because the factory's struggling to make the new sprue. Also, this new Knight that they're making is going to have them split the Questoris box from one box into 2 separate Questoris boxes with different sprues in them, even though the current one has all the sprues necessary to make every Questoris model. Now they're making a completely separate Questoris box so that they can package them separately and make them buy more boxes. I am furious! One sec, I'm actually just gonna quickly see if I can do something on my phone here. Yeah, I'm just going to quickly see if I can potentially get my money back for the order, because I was chill with it. I thought, okay, they're probably just with the food order, because I thought, okay, they're probably just really busy there. They're making the food now, but the food is cold. The guy looks like he was just sitting in the car park there for like half an hour, and then he moves to bring me the food, and the food's cold. So I'm not sure if like, I'm not sure what happened there. If the guy was taking a nap, but it's not hot. Like he came straight here from the restaurant. And it was like half an hour to 40 minutes late. So 1 sec. I'm just gonna quickly see if I can get my money back. Oh, did we just get a nose? We did. That was a nose in the corner there. One sec. One sec. Posted some minis and pics in the minis channel. Oh, have a quick look there. Yeah, I was just quickly. I was messaging some things to the the DoorDash thing to see if I could get assistance with that. But yeah, where are we in minis? Oh wow! Awesome, man. Okay, hang on. So these are all the older Tyranids. They're the old Tyranid models. Because I don't think the modern Raveners look different to that now, don't they? That's really cool to see. Oh, whoops. Also love the lights for the shelf there. Really catches all the details you've done on them. Very cool. And also, is that a rat ogre on a Ripper Swarm base? Is that what that is? Because that's really neat. The old rat ogres are also quite cool. Because I've only seen, the only rat ogres that I've seen are the new ones that came out in the Scaventide box, which are these guys. One sec, let's see if I can get this back in focus here. Let's just move that out of the way. Which are like these guys. But yeah, very cool. I love seeing like all the old models. One moment. Can you see the thing? The right ogres you Ravana Prime. Oh, is that what that is? Okay. Okay, I wasn't... Right, that makes sense, yeah. Yeah, I really do like seeing all the old GW models. The old Raveners are cool as well, honestly. I like the sort of, like, the hunchback on them. They're really neat. Yeah, that's like... fun ones are like seeing the old. One of my favorite ones that I'd seen from the old minis was like the old Dreadnought, where he's like the old metal one, where he's like that big and he's like really round. It's really cool. And another one was old Tau broadside suits as well. Were really funny. Okay, I have sorted out the food side of things. I've gotten at least a partial refund, but I mean, hey, we'll take what we can get. I'm eating the food anyway, so it's all good. Okay. I reckon we power through the this burrito and then we get back to painting, because there's a lot of work to be done today. Oh yeah. I was gonna look at the Votan minis as well. Make your own burrito. Yeah, I don't have the time for that. I would love to, but I've got too many minis to paint today. I was in Votan, we were looking. Have they put the new ones on here yet? No, they probably haven't, hey. But look, the Grimnir is so cool. I love him. It's the Grimnir, and I really like I like their cars. The cars are really neat. But the issue is their combat patrol. Where is it? Do they show the combat patrol on the website? No, they don't even show the combat patrol on the website? What? But yeah, like, these are the things that I like. This guy is just so cool. This is peak dwarf right here. Like, this is what I think of when I think of sci-fi dwarf. And then I really like the car. Yeah, where is it? If I go in the new tab, that one. It's just like the shapes are so fun. Like, it's so unlike all the other factions' vehicles and stuff. Yeah. Just love the One League's Voting dude who makes the Mechanica skier hand sign. Oh, is this the oh, where is he? I'll have to go clear these. We go to Warhammer Community. Is it this guy? Where is he? This guy here. He's so cool. I love him. All the new, like the new Votan reveals are all so sick. Eldar are just okay to you, but the Max Brightlands, Darklands builds Eldari and Drukhari can have bring you frothing at the mouth. Yeah, I mean, so Cheeseburger, my very first... I only started playing the tabletop recently, like maybe a month ago, less than a month ago. And I had... So my first semi-functional army is Imperial Knights. And I played against a friend who was running... So first game, so played 2 games that day. First game was against one of my friends who was running Emperor's Children. So it was Creations of Bile. And he started his anti-tank team in a ruin. And I managed to cross-map wipe most of them turn 1. So he didn't really have much to deal with me, which was a bit of a sad game for him. Game 2 against my other friend, he's running Drukhari. 4 boats, so 2 of them the transfer boats, 2 of them the gunboats. Maximum fucking anti-tank. Just Dark Lancers and just the 2 transport boats had a squad of the Kabbalite warriors each in there. Everything just had as much anti-tank as he could possibly have. It's just beaming me across the map, outrunning all of my dudes. That was the saddest experience of my life. I was like, no, come back. Like trying to run him down. He's just zooming around, sticky on all the objectives. Ooh. That one was rough. But yeah, I'll see if I can, what I'll do actually, I'll bring up like the, if I go new recruit, I can probably just like whip up the list that I'm going to be running. Where are we? So if I go create list, it'll be, why is this fantasy? Oh, there. You go 40k. Then Eldar. The boys. It's not loading. Come on. There we are. Yeah, because the current, at like we're starting off at 1k points, and so can I get rid of that shit? Bam. Wait, hang on. Oh, why is it Armies of Chaos? Did I not have Eldar selected? Did I not have Eldar selected a second ago? Xenos, Eldari, the boys. Xenos, Eldari, the boys. Okay, now it works. Because we're going to be running Spirit Conclave. As it stands, it'll start out with, we're starting out with 1k, no epic heroes. So I'm going to have, where are we? It'll be 2 Spirit Seers, 2, oh sorry, whoops. 1 Wraithblade, 2 Wraithguard, 2 Warp Spiders, and 1 Wraithlord. I think that's the full list. Yeah, and then I'll have 1 enhancement, which will bring me to 1k. And then the Wraithguard, I'm running 1 with Wraith Cannons, 1 with D-Sides. The Blades are going to have the Axe and the Shield. 1 of the Warp Spiders is going to have the Power Blade array because I'm going to put Lycus with him in the future, so you can charge with him. And then the Wraithlord, I'm running Twin Flamers, and I think that I'm having him run a Star Cannon and a Bright Lance. And he's going to have the Glaive there. So it's going to be, like, hopefully pretty good. It's just going to be a bit light on the number of bodies on the field. But I think in terms of performance, this is probably going to be okay-ish to start. And then, yeah, as we go, I'm probably going to want to build it out to something like I'll probably have a couple of Dire Avengers that I fit in there, just for general bodies on the field and being able to control points. What are they? They're blocks of 10 by D? No, they're blocks of 5, aren't they? Yeah, because I'm going to have 2 blocks of Dire Avengers. They might actually be 10 blocks when I'm done with them. Yeah, I think they're going to be 20 Dire Avengers total. I'm not 100% though. But, and then we will have, I've got a couple of fire prisms. What that'll bring me to 1430. And honestly, from there, I'm not sure what I'd do. I might pack it out with some more wraiths. Might get some Eldar with a, well, sorry, some Farseers with a Warlock Conclave and that sort of thing. But yeah, anyway, that's the sort of build I'm going for. So I think it'll be okay, but I'm not super sure. Okay. That's that done. I'm gonna bin my rubbish and then let's get back into painting this shit. We've got a long road ahead of us. I'll be right back. Okay. Two more of these guys and then we can go on to the actually fun part. Yeah, I really wish I had a, well, I had thought of a way to, paint these guys the way I wanted to, in a faster way. But unfortunately, I don't think there was, I couldn't, at least I couldn't think of any way to, like, proper speed paint these guys in a way that would make them look similar to the way I've done Lycus. Yeah, without, like, going through and doing the whole painting all the little details, and this is the most time-consuming thing. It's just picking out these metallic details here. But yeah, I'm hoping that the Wraith Guard and the Wraith Blades and all that, they don't have as many of these tiny little bumps all over them. I think, like, I know they have some, but I don't think they have quite as many as the Warp Spiders do. And I'm not going to look, because if I do, that will probably just break my heart. Tau son or Eldar daughter. Eldar daughter. She will be a high achiever. And she will live a long time. Tao's son will die before I will. I'm pretty sure the Tau have like a 50-year lifespan or something. Okay, I think I need to get more paint on the palette now. It's starting to all run out. Don't need a lot though, just a little drop. So we don't need much more. Okay, second last warp spider. Yeah, I can't believe when I started doing these warp spiders, I was entertaining the idea of panel lining them. And now I'm at the point where it's like I've stripped back painting certain parts of them until after the weekend entirely. Like I'm not going to be doing the bone white auxiliary arms. And I was originally considering doing black panel lining or brown panel lining. Damn, still going. I think the more concerning part is, damn, still going on the warp spiders, Gavin. We have not touched any of our Wraithguard yet. We will get all the models done today. I won't hold out on that. I'm hoping that I'll at least make a significant amount of progress on them. But yeah, I think we should hold our judgments until I start the Wraithguard, because that will that'll show us what kind of pace we can expect. Play any more games yet? So if you're talking about playing tabletop, yeah, I've essentially I've played a few games. Essentially, just on the weekends, I've played probably. I didn't play last week, but I played the week before and the week before that. So I think I've been there for 2 weekends, 2 maybe 3 weekends of gaming. So I'm not sure when the last time we've discussed this was, but yeah, I potentially have. Actually, yeah, I think I played the 2v2 that I was building up towards last time, since our last one. That was, I was running 1k of Knights, and then my ally was running 1k of Thousand Suns, and then we were against a team of Necrons and Chaos Demons. Right on, you only knew about the one game? Oh yeah, no, I've been, because basically, gaming group plays pretty much every Saturday, and I wasn't able to make it to the last one, but we're going again this Saturday, and that's what this is all about here. But yeah, the 2v2 match was a rough one. We essentially the Chaos Demons player was running Shalaxi and Be'lakor, and then some like Shalaxi, Be'lakor, Mask of Slaanesh, and then just a bunch of demonettes. And he basically just made it his life's goal to run down and kill my knights. And because we knew that was what was going to be happening going in, we essentially just set up with my main damage dealer knights in the corner and screened around them, and then just like hoped for the best. They like tried to gun down the greater demons before they could kill the knights. But then the issue was, while we were doing that, we just kind of got stuck, and then the other opponent who had their Necrons, they just went and captured all the important points and just sat there, and then we just got outscored. Good old objectives, yeah. I mean, yeah, they should. I mean, I think it's fair enough. I had an issue with. I think I have an ongoing issue where I feel like I've sort of like in the last game that I played, I made a conscious effort to get away from that. But I've had an issue where I'll play really cagey with my knights because I don't want them to die because I've only got a few of them. But because I play so cagey with them, I just get outscored and outmaneuvered. And so I'm thinking that the better way for me to play is just full-on rush down, take the Knight Oath that gives me an extra 1 inch to move and charge, and then just sprint down the enemies, get into melee, and just fuck them up. Yeah, just all what you think the game should go until the enemy's completely wiped out. I can see the appeal in that. I think I like the 5-turn limit, because otherwise the games just take so long. I feel like you could be there for so long. At least with the 5-turn limit, we're able to play multiple games in a day. So if we have 3 people show up, we're able to like show up at like 10 AM. Then by 6 PM, we're able to get 2 or 3 games out of the way, which is nice. Really like that red. What paints are you using? The red's just Citadel Corn Red. Yeah, I like a very basic color, but honestly, like one of the first colors I ever bought, and it's really nice. It's just a really nice red. So Corn Red for the back, under armor and everything like that is all Corvus Black. Hashut Copper is my metallic. Those are the main things. And then for the face and the mandibles, that's Fenrisian Grey. But yeah, I've had that moment as well where I've like seen someone paint something in Corn Red and I've been like, man, what is that? And I've asked about it. And then like, wait, really? There was like a semi-recent one for me. I went to the Warhammer store and I was just browsing and I saw the display models they had. There were some clan rats that, like some Skaven clan rats, and the shields on them, the paint job on them was so nice. And and it was just really beautiful. I asked the guy, I was like, what color did you use for these? And like, yeah, I just used Corn Red. Yeah, crazy, because it's like, I use Corn Red and it's just like, even then I was still just surprised by how good it looks. Be glad you never played Epic. What is the point level on Epic? How many points are the armies there? Because I assume is that like a step down from Cataclysm or something? Or whatever it is? Oh, sorry, step down from Apocalypse? Still on the same model? No. I'll have you know, this is the 9th of 10. And then we can do the fast parts. Oh my god, you had a nap. Look, we had a lunch break. I was hungry, we had a lunch break, and now we're back into it. But yes, this is taking way longer than I thought it would. Epic was 6mm. Oh, right. Yeah. So I imagine in that, the Imperial Guard blobs are not 20 people, they're like 50. The typical stand would have 5 models. Oh, is that how they do it? There'd be like a group of men on one stand. That's interesting. It's like a Ripper Swarm base, but for Imperial Guard. Played Tyranids. So it'd be like swarms of like Gaunts and Termagants on a base. Well, on one base. If you look it up, you should be able to find pics to give you a better idea, but you have the basic concept. Right, yeah. I might look at it after the stream. I just don't want to break my workflow again. Just gotten back into the painting. I don't want to get distracted again. Check out the old Warhound. What was different about it? Was it just size, or did it just look cooler? It's probably half the size. Right. Yeah, I feel like everything tabletop has just been getting bigger over time. It's like with the with now how all the Space Marines are growing because of Primaris. Yeah, I still think my favorite old models that I've seen are the Dreadnought and the the broadside battle suits. Wish you could post links here in the chat for me to click on, so I wouldn't have to take 2 seconds to click on it. No, it's all good. I mean, I will look them up afterwards, because I do really like seeing all the old models. Okay. I think those are all the little bits for this guy. Looks pretty good. Yep. Last Warp Spider. Oh, hang on. Did I do his face? I did do his face, okay. Have you ever seen an Imperator Titan that was considered a big model back in the day? I have not. What was that, like, comparable to, like, a, Knight Armiger? Knight Questoris? Is it in that sort of range? I would say probably like Armiger Knight size. Would that be the sort of scale that they'd put it at? Actually, no, that'd probably be close to like what you said the Warhound was. So Imperator Titan, considered a big model. So would that one be smaller than an Armiger? Really? So when you say by far, are we saying like it's slightly bigger than a... Like it'd be like... I don't even know where to guess. Like size of a modern... Like, or size of like a box dreadnought? Been a while since you've looked at an Armiger. I don't have one immediately accessible to me. But I would say that an Armiger is probably about 4 to 5 Space Marines tall. It'd be shorter than that. Oh, crazy. But when you put it next to 6mm models, it looks huge. I guess that does check out. Like, it's all into perspective. Scale wasn't proper though, because if it was something that actually existed, it would have carried Space Marines and their vehicles into combat on its in its legs, so doubles the transport. Right, right. So does that mean that to scale it was smaller than it should have been? Because I know that a lot of the old sizing for Titans and stuff was ridiculously huge. Absolutely, yeah. Because I know like a lot of the old lore like estimates for Titan sizes were so unfathomably large. They would be like visible from orbit for some. If it had been done properly, it'd be the size of a current knight. Right, okay. In a 6mm system. So a little bit big. Okay, I think I got every angle on that one. No, I did not. This is an issue of bulk painting or batch painting. Is you lose track of which bits you have and haven't done on the model you're currently on. It was released as part of an amazing box set, Space Marines and Orcs. The Titan was released with Space Marines, or on the Orcs had mechs called Gargants. Oh yeah, I'm familiar with Gargants. Yeah, they're the Orc equivalent of the Titans. A mech boy has a wild idea or gets a a prophetic vision from Gork or Mork. Holy fuck. 6 hours and 45 minutes. I at least want to get started on the Wraith Guard today. Oh, I just want to know how long they're going to take me. Just wondering if you've ever heard of the guy Feral Historian? No, I have not heard of Feral Historian before. What kind of stuff does Feral Historian do? Chuvi's Goth Morning. Hello, girl painting. How are you? You might like him. He prominently discusses sci-fi media, books, TVs, movies. Okay, one day you can barely block out the base colors, and one day how many models do you fire you? Okay, Bussy Bandit. Look, there are inverted commas there for a reason. I may have been a little bit ambitious in my initial estimate. After 6 hours and 45 minutes, I've just about finished my 10 warp spiders. I may or may not have I may or may not have 15 Wraith Guard over here, a Wraith Lord, and 2 Spirit Seers to go. To be fair though, I will say, I am 99% certain that the Wraith Guard are going to be significantly quicker than the Warp Spiders, because the Warp Spiders, I'm not using contrasts or anything like that, because I had previously painted Lycus. I've got her over here just for like a color scheme reference. And so essentially I'd done this one separately like months ago. And now I'm trying to do my Warp Spiders to match her color scheme, but just in a pared back way. But it's really hard to do that because I picked out like all the little details. And so I need to pick out the details in the gold to keep their readability. So these guys are really time consuming. But once I get to the Wraith Guard, I'm pretty sure, fingers crossed, those ones should be a lot faster. Wouldn't it be faster just to repaint her? I could never do that. No. I'm too happy with the result. I couldn't just do a shit job on all the little ones and then repaint the big one shit to match. that would actually just break my heart. Actually psychotic for doing this. Look, it is what it is. This is what happens when you don't give yourself enough time to paint the things you're working on, and then you realize that you've only got so much time left before you need to play. Incredibly impressive regardless, and they're looking great. Good luck to you're watching. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm probably not going to have them completely done and dusted, but I want to get them to a bare minimum point of, okay, I've painted everything, they are readable and look okay. Because I'm playing on the weekend, and this is the last day I have off work, where I can actually just set aside a large amount of time to work on them before then. And so I'm just going to get them to the point where they're like 90%, so that they are readable and look nice, and then after, like next week, I'll come back and I'll do the final little touches, which will probably be things like eye lenses, plasma effects in the guns, and then it'll be like red casing on the gun there, and I think that's oh, and then it'll be bone white on the auxiliary arms there. But I'll do everything short of that. If you just paint a faster scheme, the issue is I have a very bad problem where when I see something molded on the mini, for example, the little point on the shoulder there, I have a very bad problem where I go, okay, it's part of the model, that means it's there to be painted, and yeah, I really struggle to sort of, if I see a detail, then I sort of have to paint it or I'm gonna hate it. It just feels wasteful. Gonna rock up with the most beautiful army versus Tides of Grey. No, surely you guys are painting your armies for Saturday, right? Oh, I guess you don't have to paint anything because you're running the neutral units and running the whole lot. I'm pretty sure Max said that he's got his well, because Max has already got his Thousand Suns painted, and we know that Nat, at least her Necrons won't be grey; they'll at least be black because she's primed them. That's exactly the reason you prefer plain Space Marines or older minis. Detailed creep nowadays is insane. But what can I say? I love painting the details. It's really satisfying. It just completely deletes my time. I'll be focused on something and then I'll look up and see that an hour has passed. And it's like, oh shit. Yeah, because that's like. The first models that I really went hard on painting were my Imperial Knights, and I try to paint every rivet on those things. It's not healthy, but it is satisfying. And it looks really nice when it's done, but it's really not good for me, because I will spend a whole day just painting tiny little dots on every rivet that I see. Anyone got a painfully strong coffee recipe? Eat the beans. Eat the beans. That will wake you up. Never understood the notion to rush through things through an army project for a game that's in such short notice. Minis are so expensive, rushing through them with a terrible job is such a waste. Yeah, no, that's why I'm sort of, I've said speed painting, but then I've been working on these 10 dudes for the past 7 hours now. Like, I like to paint my things as nicely as possible. But I still, like, I also have a thing where I really want to, like, if I'm going to play on tabletop, I want them to be painted. It's just like, I don't know, because I like painting, I don't want to field unpainted models. And so for these guys, I think that I have to take my time because of the way the paint scheme is. But for my Wraith Guard, I've got them all pre-primed white, and I've got, essentially, I'm going to run Eandin yellow, contrast paint over most of the body. I'm going to do the head and some of the trim sections in lead belcher metallic, and then do some dry brush highlights for them for those sections in the Vallejo aluminium, which is a really bright silver. And then I'm going to use Croxagore scales contrast over the top of that to sort of push it into a really nice sort of I'll just show you what it looks like, because I was messing around with it on the underside of this base the other night, but those are the sort of colors that we should end up with the blue over the bright silver being the colors for the heads, and depending on how thick I do the contrasts, I should be able to get my highlights and shadows going with the one paint rather than having to do everything else. Nice print. Where'd you get the STL file? That was eagle-eyed of you to recognize that was a printed a printed mini there. But yeah, that one there, because I've got some printed and then some are not. So for example, this is a printed Wraith Guard, and then this is printed Wraithblade regular Wraith Guard. So this is from a box. This one is not. This one here, I got it off Colts. I don't remember the exact one it is though. Yeah, because I got I downloaded a few different Wraithguard STLs off Cults, and just sort of flicked through them to figure out which one I preferred. So I don't remember which one that one is that I printed. You not once fielded an unpainted model? How about when you first played? Yes, Shells hasn't either though. Yeah, I haven't fielded any unpainted. I've done half painted with my my Cerastus Acheron, because that one's not done. So it was being held together by blue tack and a dream. I don't think any parts fell off it. Just stance on 3D printing, near mock-ups okay, how about 3D scans? I mean, I don't have any issue with 3D printed models, I think, because I don't really care about, like, third-party proxying and that sort of thing. I think if it looks good and you like it and your friends are okay with it, there's no problem with it. I think it's a tool like any other. And there's, like, depending on what you're doing as well, there's a bit of an art to it. Like if you want to do a print out a base, you can either just download a pre-done 3D base like that and then just print it out, clean it up, and all that. But I think like even then it's a process of printing and then cleaning, like with the isopropyl alcohol, and then curing them and all that shit, and then like just to get to the starting line of now you can start painting. So I think I'm perfectly fine with it, but I say that because I also 3D print shit, so I'm probably biased. I can understand why some people have an aversion to it though, because I know that I understand the feeling of liking to do things with your own hands. It's kind of like I've got an airbrush, but I don't really like using it for painting models en masse. I like using my airbrush as a tool for helping with priming lots of models really neatly. I like using it for doing base coats for some things. If I've got like something where I want a really large flat panel, that's the sort of thing I'd use it for. But I don't really like using it for bulk army painting, even though it would save me a lot of time, just because I enjoy the process of manually painting. Kind of surprises me that you have a pretty good Australian accent, but what do you mean? What do you mean it surprises you that I have a pretty good Australian accent? I'm literally Australian. Why are you surprised? You are Australian. It's like telling a German that his German is pretty good. Also, you say I have a pretty good Australian accent as well, but I feel like as far as Australian accents go, mine is pretty, like, pretty pared back. Because I had to, I think I've probably spoken about this several times on stream before, but because I had a speech impediment in primary school, and so when the school got funding, they essentially they saw that I spoke a little bit like an idiot, and they pulled me aside and had me see the speech therapist, and so they sort of spoke me to speak very clearly, and so now I feel like my Australian accent it probably isn't as pronounced as it could be, because I'm very conscious on certain parts of it. I'm very conscious on like certain parts of my enunciation and so on. I think, yeah, because I'm very clear in how I talk, I think is what I mean. And I know that a lot of the time, the Australian accent is very much not clear. But like, trust me, compared to a lot of Australians you know, sounds particularly. I sound particularly Australian compared to a lot of the Australians you know. Crazy. I thought for sure I had a relatively light accent, but I guess hard to tell with yourself. Okay, I don't know how I feel about the I don't know how I feel about the in-depth analysis of the the different parts of my voice. Thanks, Jacko. Thank you. One of the more aggressive tradie accents are high curious, and you got a perfect mix. I think that, yeah, I mean, when you get to like the full on like soul to the earth like Australian accent, mate, like these guys are like that. When you get down to like this sort of range here, this is called, yeah, like that. It can be a little bit much. Hike, you did not mean to go into an in-depth analysis. You woke up 5 minutes ago, though. I guess you just latched on. Whoops, that's all good. Also, you woke up at 5 p.m.? You good? Are you doing alright? You just up late last night? The snoozer. And I think I might be done for the metallic details on this guy, actually. You're still first. You bought that position, Technic. Welcome back, by the way. They're pretty late at night last night. Right, okay. Okay, I think that is the last of the warp spiders for all of like the most important foundational things, at least. What do we think? Do we want to do eye lenses for these guys now, or move on to the Wraith Guard and then come back to the eye lenses of the warp spiders later? What do we reckon? There's always a gem or a skull you forget. There is. However, if I've forgotten about it now, there's a good chance that I won't notice it until much, much later on anyway. Let's see. What now? Paint the eye lenses. Start the Wraith Guard. Yeah, let's just throw that one out. I'm just gonna have a drink of water and relax, like stretch my arms. Oh, yeah, because this is fucked up that just these guys was 7 hours. Oh. Islands, otherwise they won't hit anything. True. Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks like we're pretty much all leaning towards islands, is there? Yeah, I'm pretty sure for Lycus I did the eye lenses in a different red. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I used Scarlet Blood, which is because I used the corn red for all of their backs, and then we're going to use the Scarlet Blood for the eyes. Okay. What do we reckon? Do we need to go down to this super small one? Let's just see if I flip him here, get that in focus. No, I reckon we can afford to do a slightly bigger brush than this. Yeah. We'll stick with the one we've been using. Okay, so we'll be up about this height here. So let's get that back in focus. I'll zoom that in to about there. Okay. I'll just get a bit of this red on the wet palette. Okay, now this is the bit where I make a mess of all my work. Man, I'm not breathing when I'm doing this. What do we reckon? Is that good or we go a bit more? I think that's good. And then I'll probably just need to come back with the Fenrisian Grey over that edge there. Oh, actually, maybe we pull it out a little bit further. Can't wait for a 9-hour analysis video, the downfall of Shells of Iron. What would I have done? Sunny V2 video on me. Yeah, that'll be good. No, paint's dried on the brush. I don't want to try to force that on. Might just really thin this down because because it's recessed. I can probably afford to just dab it in and let it run rather than try to smear it in there. Yeah, I reckon that's good. Although it might have gone a bit much because that eye is way bigger than the first one. Whoops. Whoopsies. But when it dries, it'll be fine. We'll just need to do the other one to match. That's better. I like that. Such a steady hand, you got some shake in you? We need some shake in you? Mate, I do not have steady hands. Like, this is me trying to hold my hand still. It all comes down to just, I plant my elbows on the desk, and then I put my palms together, and then I put my fingers, I'm bracing at like 20 different stages to try not to shake. Ratted away from a Destiny 2 raid, and now everyone is digging up every inconvenience you had. Yeah, this is sounding awfully familiar to some recent World of Warcraft drama that that's happened. Play Warcraft in 2025 shells? No, I've never played World of Warcraft. Jesus was referring to the pirate software drama. Resting your forearms on the desk will greatly help with stability, and magnification glasses are great for helping to pick out the finer details. Yeah, when I'm doing something that isn't as like super fine detail, I'll do forearms on the desk and I'll paint like down here. But when I'm like doing lots of really fine details, I'll often have my elbows on the desk and my palms together, and I'll sort of be closer to my face, because that way I'm not craning my neck as much, because I don't have to look down. So I'll essentially I'll be sitting with my I'll have my chair down quite low so that I'm pretty much looking straight ahead. So that's how I've been for most of today, is just yeah, looking straight in front of myself, elbows on the desk. Just because otherwise I get a really sore neck from craning my neck to look down. Magnification glasses make your eyes hurt. I should probably get some real glasses, just for doing this kind of work. Just so that I don't completely ruin my eyes in the long term, because I do a lot of this. It's probably not a bad idea for me to just get some slight magnification glasses just to work on things with. But yeah, one more. But yeah, I need to get something so that I don't ruin my eyes. Oh, this eye is a pain to reach because I've always got his hand. This is annoying. Oh, I've made a little bit of a mess. Might be able to clean it up though. Oh, fuck. How did I get that? Oh. It's okay. Can wipe that away. Yeah, we'll have to approach it from the other angle. Yeah, this angle will be better. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not amazing, not the worst. Airbrush and magnifying glass are the two new tools you added to your bag when you started painting miniatures again. It's like cheating compared to how you used to paint. Yeah, I would say, at least for where I am at the moment, I've got the airbrush and it does feel like cheating. And it kind of, I don't know, it's sad because I like the process of manually painting, at least right now. So I try to avoid using my airbrush where I can. But when I'm just doing it for things like priming things en masse, and it's just so nice for being able to reach all like the little bits that you can't normally reach with a spray can. And certain things you can do with it. It's just like the smoothness of finish you can get is amazing. And like if I end up printing out terrain and all that sort of thing, all those I'm definitely airbrushing. Do you really end up needing glasses from painting small things? Is that how it works? Or because what happens is the way you focus on things is your eye, it has muscles in it that squish and stretch your lens. And so if you're constantly pressuring your lens in a certain way, you can end up damaging it if it's just like if you don't give it like exercise by like looking out at different things. Like constant repetitive pressure on the lens can cause you to have your vision deteriorate. Because Warhammer painter's a nerd who knows things like that. I feel like I don't think I feel like I'm just getting flamed for no reason here. I don't think me painting Warhammer has anything to do with me knowing that wear and tear can damage your eye. Should totes paint some terrain though. You only love me for my 3D printer. I know how it is. Why do you think if you play with yourself too much, you'll go blind? All the squinting? What? Not much to squint to, even squint at, so you're safe in that regard. Ah, true. You see, I thought it was going to be because you like keep getting stuff in your eyes, and so it's just like, eventually you're just going to get blinded. You've lost your paint motivation for the last 2 months. Has anyone seen it? Ah, I know how you feel. Yeah, it's I was struggling for a while. I'm pretty sure actually if you look at my live stream history, you can see very clearly whenever I lose my motivation, or like it'll be a mixture of like I get really busy in life, and then I'm just too exhausted to paint, and then it's just like I'll want to paint but I'm too tired. / I'll want to stream, but it's been so long since I last streamed. It's just, yeah, it's like so many things. It's rough sometimes. And with these sorts of things as well, it's like the longer you go without doing something, the harder it is to sum up the willpower to do it again. So you just keep your desk covered in painted miniatures, so you have to paint them to make room to use the computer. Smart. Yeah, I tried that, didn't work for me. Now I've just got a pile of assorted shit in the corner of my desk behind my monitor. Which is just all of the painting stuff that I abandoned midway, and now every time I go to use my computer, if it's in the way, I pick it up and I have to move it off to the side. And so now it's just part of my daily routine is moving all of the abandoned paint projects. Because I'm like, if I leave it here, then I'll have to do it eventually. But then I just never do it anyway. Lost the entire reason of painting because the last person you were gaming with quit the hobby and sold his collection. Oh, yeah, that can be tough. Yeah, thankfully for me, the whole reason I got into painting in the first place, or got into Warhammer in the first place, was for the painting rather than the gaming. And so now the gaming is like it's a fun additional product of the hobby. But for me, painting is the original hobby, so I'm not too dependent on whether or not I have people to play with or not. You want to play, but you lost the reason. Originally quit because everyone you played with started playing HeroClix. Have no one to play with, but you're painting in. I'm not gonna lie, Stabby, I'm sorry, I have no idea what HeroClix is. But yeah, it's like when you have a game that you play with with a bunch of friends and then they move on to doing other stuff, it's like, it is weird where you're just kind of like stranded, like waiting for to come back, and they may or may not, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you don't need necessarily, well, I guess it comes down to what you're looking to get out of the hobby as well, but yeah, don't necessarily need to have someone to play with to enjoy the hobby. But if the social aspect of it was the part that was most important to you, then yeah, it can be really tough to try to get back into it, because that's the bit that you really want. HeroClix was a gacha game mechanics, pre-painted blind boxes game. Oh, okay. Interesting. Kind of weird that the, was it a war game? Because it'd be weird to have a war game where, like, the balance is dictated. Oh, I guess it's just like, it's probably not actually that weird. It's like a trading card game, but with miniatures instead of cards. Yeah. Short-lived burst in the early 2000s. Right, okay, that's probably why I don't know what it is. I was born in 2000, so yeah, I missed a lot of these things. Okay, that's all the islands is done. Okay, we can finally paint something that isn't warp spiders. Oh. Just need a stretch. Oh. Oh, okay, my back is quite sore from the slight lean forward. Okay, so these are not required for what I'm doing. I'd sorted out ahead of time that these are the main colors that I'm going to be using for my Eundon scheme. Are you sure? It's good enough for me at the moment. Any additional features we can fix after the game. I think this is my minimum standard readability for playing on the table. I am fine with this. But I will finish them after the game. Are you sure? Okay, so goal for this. First thing I'm going to do is I'm gonna dry brush lead belcher onto all of the heads of all of my wraiths. They are fine, TM, exactly. They are passable. One sec. I left my dry brush wetting sponge in the next room. I'll be right back. One sec. Okay. So, warp spiders can go up here. And they can sit here with their mum. That was 12 seconds. Yeah, I mean, I just walked into the next room, grabbed what I needed, and came back. I'm efficient. Okay, I can't say that with a straight face. We're 7.5 hours into this stream. I just painted like 10 warp spiders to 80%. Okay, I may not be efficient. I'm efficient in the places where it doesn't matter. Okay. You said one, you lied. Okay, I'm sorry. I am This is it showing up there? The time? I don't know how live streams work. 7.5 hours, 10 dudes. I'm inefficient as hell. Did you hear 7 hours? Yes. You did hear 7 hours. I started at 10. We're still going. Hang on. I'm gonna need to pull the blue tack off all their toes or I'm gonna annoy myself to no end. Watch out, he's efficient in bed. I don't know if people want efficiency in bed. I feel like that would, like, if he's quick, if you're like to the point, then that's maybe not the most desirable trait. I mean, I guess if you don't have a lot of time on your hands. 4, wait, 2, 4, 5, okay. Those are our Wraith Blades at least. We'll dry brush the heads of these guys, and then we'll debase all of the other dudes over there, and then do the same again. It'll probably take about 1.5 hours per spider, so you're faster than me. Yeah, I imagine if you're taking 1.5 hours per spider, you're probably doing a nicer job than I did. Because even I feel like I rushed those guys a fair bit. Ideally, I would have liked to have gotten them to the same quality standard as what I had Lycus at, but I just did not have that time. And I'm still happy with them. Like, the main point is, if I'm happy with them, it's fine. Basically out of lead belcher there. I'll just check to see if I have another pot of it. I should do. If not, then we'll be scrounging. I might have to go with Ironbreaker, which I think is still going to be... Ironbreaker will be fine. It's not quite as dark as the lead belcher, but honestly that's probably good. Because there's stuff in here, but not for really for the convenience of what I'm trying to do. Just blame chat for distracting me. Yeah, bad. Yeah, come on. We're trying to get work done here. Yeah, I haven't used Ironbreaker in a very long time because when I first got it, I was trying to brush it out and then I sadly discovered that it's just lead belcher with white pigment, which means that it brushes like shit. But for dry brushing, it'll be fine. And this isn't really going to be a dry brush here, it'll be an overbrush, and then we'll get some more bits after that. I'll just start with, can I just get a little blob on our texture palette here? Oh, that's way more than a little blob. Whoops. Well, it'll probably be what I need anyway, because I'm doing a lot of these guys. Dry brushing metal over white primer. So, also, it's going to be a an overbrush, so I want it to completely coat the head, because what we're going for is I'm then going to put this Croxagore contrast over the metallic. So just because I want to get the metallic sheen underneath the contrast for the heads specifically. See, I can just pull the focus back to something that's a bit more understandable. You're Jack, you are. Cool. Why not just take a metallic blue? I don't have a metallic blue, so we work with what we've got. And also, I really like the hue from the Croxagore scales. There's a little chunk in there. Don't like that. I might have a little bit too much water on this here. Yeah, bit too much moisture, so we'll see if we can just brush a bit of that out. Because we want essentially just a very heavy layer of our Ironbreaker going over there. Just mix the contrast paint with the silver. The issue then we'll get is it'll, if we do it as one coat where we mix them, then there'll be less density of the metallic flakes. because the contrast paint will be watering it down, so the metallic flakes will kind of end up floating. Okay, maybe the dry brush isn't the best way to do this. I reckon we'll just manually brush it with a larger brush. Yeah, we'll just manually brush it with something larger. It's just one of my cheaper synthetic brushes. We'll just wet this and just see if we can get this nice and smooth like that. Yeah, this will probably be easier. You ever seen the Tabletop line of paints? Yeah, they... Oh my god. Thank you for subscribing, whoever that was. Scared the shit out of me. Tabletop. Yeah, they've got really cool colors, like where they're super vibrant, like, it's like glossy metallics. They're cool. I don't know what I'd use them for if I got them, so I haven't used them. I haven't bought any. What else is a metallic then? Acrylic medium with aluminium flakes and blue pigments. Oh yeah, no, I understand that's what they are, but the issue that I've encountered, because I've done this in the past, is they've with the premix metallics, they've got the ratio right, or they've got the ratio pretty good with the way the color's distributed, and the way the metallic flakes are balanced with the pigments and all that. So I've found, at least when I've it's not too bad, but yeah, I find that when you mix in more of the colored contrasts, you reduce how the ratio of paint to medium changes to enough to where sometimes you don't get quite the same finish that you're looking for. Okay, I think this is the reason I haven't used Ironbreaker in a while, is because the way it goes on is just not quite as smooth as I would have liked. I'll let that dry. It's fine, but maybe not quite what I'm chasing. And I'll see if I can fish out any lead belcher. And if that doesn't work, then we'll just do the Vallejo aluminium. See if we can dig anything out of this pot. Yeah, there's still paint on the walls there. Okay. Just because I think the lead belcher here is going to cover a little bit more smoothly than what we were just working with. Yeah, I mean, look at that. It's not even streaking. I don't know. I was really hoping that I'd be able to get to use this iron breaker that's been sitting in my drawer for however long, but the way it covers just sucks. Time for you to actually do things today. Good luck with putting everything together. Or in time for Saturday. Ciao. Righto. I'll catch you later, Jacko. Okay, yeah, like, just comparing the finish between these two. This one's so nasty. Although, I've just started touching this while the paint is half dried, and that's sort of messing with it. I need to put this down and leave it be. I'm just going to make the finish worse by continuing to touch it with the brush. Okay. And then this one here. Neon Genesis or Gurren Lagann? Not gonna lie, I haven't watched either. I've actually even worse. I've watched the first couple of episodes of both and dropped both of them. That is that is my sin. Salmon or trap? What is this line of questioning, Jesus? We've gone from mecha anime to fish. I guess I'll hit the salmon. What's the next question? What are we gonna compare now? Okay, while those dry, we will take our guard off the bases. So I'm gonna get rid of the blue tack. What are these? These are our D sides. Yeah, I want to try to keep them together where possible. And we'll keep the blue tack on the bases because I'm probably not going to paint the bases today. And so I'll need to blue tack them back down when it comes time to play. Three, 4, 5. Okay. So we'll start doing our actual dry brush now, which is just going to be a thin-ish layer of the Vallejo aluminium. So that'll be our bright highlights. Hopefully this works out the way I want it to. There's no moisture in there at all. Let's try that again. There we are, that's what we want. Any movies you checked out recently? Not really, no. I don't really watch a lot of movies, and I've been pretty busy with stuff lately, so haven't really done a whole lot of that exciting stuff. Okay, but we just want to polish this onto brighter points. And then pull it in from the edges. Yeah, and so there is a distinction between them. This one's not going to be as noticeable because this is the iron breaker instead of the lead belcher, but on the lead belcher in particular, this should be quite noticeable. This is nice and dry. Yep, that's dried. Still got plenty on the brush. Yep. Yeah, there we are. That is quite noticeable. And we're just trying to polish that on. And then pull it all up from the edge there. Okay, so then we go over here and it'll be lead belcher for these guys. You gotta head out. Good luck finishing your meat. Righto. I'll catch you later, Stabby. Thanks for sticking around for so long. I'll catch you later, mate. I've got a bit too much moisture on the brush here. That's my bad. That should be a bit better. Just need to get a bit of the lead belcher in there. The issue is also I've got moisture on that part of the mini. It's not exactly transferring neatly, because if I go on the other side, yeah, it goes on smoothly there. Okay, and once I've got the this dry brush down on these Wraithguard, we'll crack open the Crocscore Scales contrast paint and put that on the blades there who have dried now, while we wait for this layer of the metallic to dry on these Wraithguard's heads. And we'll see how our finish looks. Because the thing is, thankfully, well, I guess not thankfully, but the thing is, since we're painting so many minis, we're just working around our drying times. So we'll do a layer on one batch, do that same layer on the next batch while the first batch dries, go back to the first batch, so on and so on. Hello, Reese. How you going, mate? Okay. We can start getting color on these. You fell asleep? Nice. Okay, let's see how this turns out. I really like this contrast, so I'm hoping this shows up the way I imagine it to. So I'll just load up a bit here. Oh, yeah, this paint is so nice. I love this color. The main concern here will just be making sure the paint doesn't pool in places I don't want it to. Okay, and so we've coated the whole section, so now we want to clean the brush, dry it out, and now just wick away the bits that might be a bit too heavy. I really like that color. Yeah, I reckon that one's safe to set aside and leave to dry. Just want to set it up in such a way that the paint doesn't run and pool in at an awkward angle. Oh, I accidentally just smudged it. I'll set this guy up so that he doesn't fall into anything. Next. Let's do one of these prints. See how it looks on these ones. So you're going to really just get a lot of contrast on that. So you can just get a big blob there, and then we'll just drag it around. EP. Yeah, you better head off, Jesus. We have been going for a very long time, and you've been here pretty much the whole time as well. I don't blame you if you want to head off. It has been a long one. Okay, I reckon I can afford to start pulling some of this out now. Just found something to enjoy in the background of your job today. Keep on painting. Righto. Welcome, mate. Yeah, we've been going at this one for a long time, so we've only just gotten to the really satisfying part, so you're just in time. I reckon we need to get a little bit of yeah, I like the depth of color that we have on that side. We'll probably need to pull it back a little bit to stop a lot of the pooling, or some of it. But yeah, I reckon we want to pull some of it over here. So the pooling is fine as long as it's not excessive. Yeah, that sort of thing there I think is going to be good. Honestly, it's actually pretty similar to what we've got over here. I might just, yeah, I might get rid of a little bit of it. So just dry out our brush and just pull it back a touch. Yeah, that's good. I like that. We'll set that off to the side to dry. So there's another one of the ones with the fancy heads. I don't think I'm actually a huge fan of the fancy head with the way the paint goes on. Like, it's a cool mini, but I really like the way the paint sort of goes over the really smooth heads of the default ones. Shells enjoys Soylent Green. What is Soylent Green? I don't know what you're talking about, but I have a feeling that you're slandering me. Okay, I think I need a little bit more contrast on this side over here. We're not really getting... like the pooling is really nice around the edges there, as long as it's not out of control. Because it gives us those really nice shadows and gradients just between the... like as we head up towards the bright point on the top center of it. So I just want to introduce a little bit of pooling. But you just need to be careful with it because otherwise it can very easily sort of spread to places you don't want it to be and then sort of smear and look really nasty. So I just want to make sure I get it nice and even before I set it aside to dry so that it doesn't do something unexpected. So like that, and then I'll clean the brush and just pick up some of the stuff that's pooling on the symbol on the top of the head. Not all of it, but we don't want to have the super dark patch there. Awesome, I'll set that one aside to dry as well. Just get a bit more of the paint in the lid there. Yeah, these smooth heads are the best. They show the gradients so nicely. Yeah, I reckon we pull this back a little bit, move some of these pools over to the other side. We like the pooling in moderation. But yeah, just a bit more on the other side there. I'll need to fix that up a bit. It's not quite the shape I want it to be. Ooh, I may have messed with this a little bit. I'm getting brush strokes, which is not what we want. Yeah, I think that side that I started working on just then, or I started fiddling around with it, it had started to dry. And so I disturbed it a little bit. I might just... yeah, I've made a bit of a mess of this one. Might just try with a little bit of water on the brush. Just see if I can moisten that enough to make it re-level itself. Yeah, just with a little bit of water on the brush there, that's sort of helping to break apart the parts, the sections where brush marks had appeared. Okay, we're good to let that one dry as well. So, now what we can do is we'll just pop the lid back on that temporarily. And the next 5, we're going to want to dry brush our bright points on them again. Pick up some of our bright silver. And then we just pop that on the highlight points there. Good luck on the marathon, sir. Thank you, Scorch. Yeah, it's been a slog. I think we've finally gotten to the speed painting part of the stream, because the first 7 hours were just me working on doing all the tiny details of these warp spiders, which unfortunately I couldn't really speed paint them because I needed to paint them to match the scheme of Lycus, who I had painted on her own about a couple of months ago, I think. And so I needed to have them thematically, like visually fit her without looking like shit. And the way a lot of her readability works, in the scheme I've done at least, is she's got a dark undersuit, and then all of the little details on that suit are picked out with gold. And so there's not really a whole lot you can do in the way of speed painting that for her 10 underlings. But yeah, now that we're clear of that, we're finally doing the actual fast painting part, and this is really satisfying. Because I was really excited for working with these colors as well. And yeah, apologies for any time I misspeak now. I'm mind wiped. I'm so frazzled from I've been painting for 8.5 hours now. I'm tired, boss. You could use a donut. I could also use a donut. Okay. Let's do the head for the big guy as well while we're at it. So for that, got to start with the lead belcher. So we'll get a bit of that on the brush. We'll need to pull the focus a little bit because he's not quite in focus. There we are. I've got the moisture on the brush, then we'll just need to pick up a little bit of the lead belcher. That one there. Yep. It's a little awkward to reach the bits that I want to reach because of the placement of his shoulder-mounted guns. I don't want to tag too much of him with the silver that I don't have to. So I might need to manually brush some of this in there. Which I want to avoid if I can, because the whole point of doing this with the big dry brush is to try to get as smooth a finish as possible. But we'll just do what we can. Yeah, these little bits here in the sides, I'm gonna have to get at them with a smaller brush. I keep accidentally pulling this out of the camera focus. Go Power Ranger. Hello Flugelschlag. Yeah, we are very deep into a long stream at the moment, so sorry about the any lack of enthusiasm. I'm enjoying it. I'm just frazzled. Yeah, I may or may not have bitten off more than I could chew. But that's all part of the fun. Okay, while that dries, we can do our blue top coat on the Wraith Guard. How long is your painting? We are currently 8.5 hours into the stream today. So we've been going for quite a long time. Can't stop, won't stop. Yeah, it's this is a matter of pride at this point. Or it's, I don't know if I think we're beyond pride. I think we've gotten to the point of just, I've been going for this long, I can't stop. I'm in the zone. Your commission painter, you know those days? Right, okay. Yeah, I do not get paid for this. Well, unless people choose to. But yeah, this is purely just because I've got a game on the weekend and I didn't give myself enough time. And this is the only day before then where I'm not working. But yeah, like most of the day was spent on very tedious, fine details, like the first 7 hours or so, and we've only just gotten to the fun bit, so I don't want to stop now. I think the shadow balance is good on this one. We'll probably just get a little bit more over here. And just keep that line unbroken. Looking good on this side. We'll just do this top edge here, and then we'll clean off the brush, get a bit of water on it, and see if we can just eliminate this pool that's in the middle there. Tiny bit of water. And just see if we can break that apart. There we are, that's good. There's a little bit on that top ridge that we might want to break up a little bit. There we are, that's good. Yeah, and this is what they're starting to look like as they dry. Yeah, quite nice. I may or may not experiment with putting a gloss varnish on there just to see if we can keep that super shiny look on them, because I kind of do like the super shiny look. We'll see though. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Little too much pooling there, so just with a wet brush, we're just going to see if we can pull that back again. There we are. I love this color so much. It's so nice. Probably going a bit too heavy on this one. So we'll just, with a wet brush, go over the top there. Just pare it back. It's probably a bit too far back, so just reintroduce a bit there. Awesome, I'm happy with that one. Set it off to the side. Before we do our last one, we may as well, on our Wraith Lord, just do our highlights there so it has time to dry before we go and do him as well. So a bit of moisture on the brush there. Pick up some of our bright silver. I realized you got like 30 likes, congrats. Oh, yeah, wow, okay, awesome, yeah. Yeah, I think we've had a fair bit of traffic today, so, it's been, yeah, surprisingly good. I guess that's what happens when you talk big game about, I'm gonna paint 1,000 points today, and then face the consequences of, oh, maybe it's not that easy. Yeah, I think also the fact that we've been going for 9 hours probably gives people a lot more time to filter in. Because I don't normally go this long, so it's interesting seeing the time, like the time zones, and also like the sort of the time slots at which different demographics show up. It's quite interesting. Painting 500 orcs when I'll do that when they release Squiggoth as a mini. If they release a Squiggoth mini, then I will paint 500 orcs. Okay, that one's pretty good. We should be able to move on to the Wraithlord now. This one's going to need a lot of paint. Big surface area we're doing here. But yeah, I really like the metallic undertone that we've got going here. Jesus, you're still going? Yeah. We've finally gotten to the fun part. I can't stop now. Wait, overslept and I'm still going? Yep. They're coming up on 9 hours now. It's okay, I took a lunch break in the middle. Yeah, we took about 20 minutes off from painting. "20 minutes out of 9 hours. Ah, well, it is what it is." Oh shit, did I just... Oh, I did. I just put my finger on his face. Oh, I smeared it everywhere. Oh, I'm a grub. I'm ruining it. Let's see if we can clean this. I don't think we'll be able to. Usually this... Yeah, those things dry pretty quick. Oh well. Should be right. As long as we clean it out for the most part. Yeah, we'll cover over it when we come back through for the body. Just need to make sure now that I don't have anything that's pooling and going to dry in any weird ways that I don't like. Overall, it's looking pretty good though. Only thing that I'm concerned about is that brush marks are visible on the neck there. I say on the neck, that's on the top of the head. The neck of the head. So I reckon what we'll do, we'll get a bit of water on the brush and just dab it on there to try to smooth out any sections with brush marks. And I can just do the same to just sort of pick up any unwanted pooling and move it away. some of these bits are really awkward to reach. Like I need to get my brush through here to get under his neck there. Now it's just going to be the back of the head here. Just get a blob there, that'll be plenty. Wipe off the excess. Okay, we'll set him aside to dry. Let's do the heads for the last 5 Wraithguard. You can see them start there. I've set them up to dry and they look really nice. I'm really happy with this color that we've got for the heads. Oh, it's not traditional Craftworld Eandon blue, but I really, really like it. Okay, so the way that we're going to balance these for time now is we'll do our Leadbelcher base coat for the heads on these dudes, and then while that dries, we'll start doing our yellow bodies for the Wraith Blades. Because those guys should be well and truly dried now. I'm going to need to get some more Leadbelcher out because this is pretty thin now. Just have to see if I can at least smooth out the coat that we've got here so that it doesn't end up all gross. And we'll need to recoat this one. Just want to at least get it to not be covered in brush marks, although I think the brush marks are probably coming from the fact that we've got dried paint on the bristles here. So I think we just really work that out. We should get less brush marks. Yeah. There we are, bristles are feeling a lot softer now. So now we get some moisture on there. Pick up our paint. Yeah, this should be good now. Yeah, less brush marks, but we'll still need to get more paint because it's just a little light for what we want. Where is my paint? There we are. Disposable brush, where are you? Here we are. That should be plenty, honestly. Yeah, that should be able to get us done. Yep, there's enough moisture on there. Just pick up a little bit of our lead belcher. That's what we want. Don't need to worry too much about the top section there because we'll be putting our bright silver on the top. It's just about getting it nice and smooth around the edges in particular. I say that as I completely ruined the smooth coat that I just got. Oh, I just made a mess of it. Damn it. Like, I'm still going, hey, Twisted. Yeah. We are. Oh, I'm so tired. But this is the fun part, so we can't stop. Most of the time was put into the warp spiders, but we've finished all of them up now. Oh, okay, I say finished. We've got them to 80% completion, which is like... we got them to my minimum passing grade to put them on tabletop. And so now I'm doing the the wraiths. Still streaming, you've been overtaken. Yeah, Lael, shortly after you dropped the 15, Technic bought the bought the title of #1 off you. Keep on dropping little bits with your massive sausage fingers. Yeah, I often drop things, but it's not like a matter of me just like not having the dexterity. It's like I don't know, I'll just like be doing something and then my brain will just short circuit and I'll just like open my hand and drop it. sitting up here and you're still painting your machine. I'm so tired. I was very close to calling the stream, and then I was like, okay, look, I'll just do the heads of, I'll just do the first 5 heads of the Wraith Guard, see how they go. And the second I put the contrast paint on these guys, the second I put the contrast paint over the silver, it was like, okay, I have to keep going. This looks too good to stop here. Gonna paint a bit this morning, then your wife and you are gonna still spend the day celebrating your 26th wedding anniversary. Oh, nice. Yeah, that'll be nice. Congrats, man. Hope you have a good day. Does look great. Nice, nice contrast over the silver. Yeah, the it's really nice. Yeah, I saw someone doing it with the just instead of like contrast over the white, just to give it that really just to give it the subtle metallic sheen. It's so good. It gives it almost a bit of a glow to it. I really like it. This is why it's so good to see what other people are painting. I love seeing how other people do shit, because it just... so many cool ideas that you wouldn't have otherwise. Thank you, amazing how quickly 26 years passes by. I'm coming to realize it. You don't really notice it when you're a kid, but like, I feel like it's like since I've left school, it's just been like, man, shit just happens so quickly now. I have become one of the old men who complains about how fast, how the time's flying by. Man shakes fist at sky. Did that with some of your Necron turquoise ink over silver paint, looked amazing. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, the main thing is just trying to make sure the silver underneath is nice and smooth. Trying to get rid of as many of these brush strokes as possible. Yeah, you've become the old man yells at clouds meme. Hey, that's not a bad thing. You've earned it. That's a title you should wear with pride. Man goons at clouds. Maybe not that one. Yeah, I will definitely need to clean my brushes thoroughly after today, because I think this is the biggest workout these brushes have had ever. Just like the longest singular painting session. You're horrified that how you're closer to 50 than the day you were born now. Well, I don't think that's not the thing that gets me. It's more for me when I just like think back to milestones and I'm like, oh, hang on, that was like 15 years ago. And it's like, what? Okay. While those dry, let's start with the what do you call it? Let's start doing some of the yellow on the bodies of the Wraith Blades. See how that comes out. This one I'm not as certain about as I was with the blue on the heads. But I think it should still be pretty good. And it's named Eandon Yellow. How wrong can it be? Oh, shit. There's some... Can I fix this? There's a little bit of silver on the shoulder pad there. Wet brush. I think that's been there for a while, just looking at it. I think that's been there for a while. I think what I'm going to have to do is, although it's not perfect, let's get a little bit of Corax white. Just wipe away the moisture there. And then we'll just see if we can cover that over. Doesn't need to be 100% and doesn't need to perfectly map onto our base coat. Just enough to conceal it. That should be good enough. It's not completely covered, but it's covered enough to the point where the contrast should mask the rest. So I'll just do the other parts of the body while that dries. Yeah, I think this will be quite nice, honestly. Oh, this is going to be really good. I'm actually getting quite excited by this. This is really sick. Oh, it's all coming together. Very rare that I have a color scheme that works out this nicely. We want to keep introducing just enough that it slightly pools in those recesses. Still going? Yep, 9 hours and 20 minutes. But this is the fun part. I have just had all of my energy restored by starting to put this contrast on. Yeah, this color is awesome. The way it sits in the recesses is really nice. They're just the darker, like, orange undertones. So good. Just need to take my time, make sure I don't let it pool in any ways that we don't want it to. You want to make sure we introduce enough for it to pool, just not too much. I think perhaps letting it gather a bit on the knee pad there would be nice. Just want to make sure we don't put too much there. Yep, I like that. I don't know, do we think we do the, these thigh guards, do we think we do them? I guess they're more like a skirt. Oh no, they're like guards. Do you think we do those in our yellow, or do we do them in the same blue that we used up the top there? Nice evening for some Eldar. Hey Tiki, how you going, mate? Okay, yeah, armor pads, they do look good with the yellow on them. We'll do yellow rather than turquoise. Oh, yeah, and we can do the gems on the arms and stuff. We can do those in turquoise potentially, depending on how much time we have. Not too shabby, taking an editing break, so I was on. Oh yeah, nice. And yeah, I've been on for the best part of the day now. Okay, I say the best part of the day, the whole day. Yeah, I was in purgatory doing warp spiders for 7 hours, and then was ready to quit. But then I said I'll do a little bit of the Wraith Guard. And then I started putting the paint on, and now it's like, man, okay, I can't stop here. But yeah, I reckon with the way this one is going, I think, what are we at? 9 hours and 20 minutes. I'm probably gonna finish the yellow coat on this guy as a proof of concept. And then that might be the end of the stream for the day. But I think that with what's left here, with the speed at which I've been able to do this, I do genuinely think that I'll probably be able to finish these guys up in like the evenings after work. Whereas the warp spiders, that sort of thing, I would not have been able to do. Like after like a full day at work, that is just like those details would just kill me. So instead we got them all out of the way today, which is nice. And I'm really happy with how the colors are showing up here. Need to do a joint 24-hour paint stream one day. Maybe, yeah. That would, it would be nice. It'd be nice to have someone to keep, like to talk to through the hell that is this. Yeah. Yeah, because I definitely wouldn't have, like, in the past, I wouldn't have been able to focus on painting for such a long period of time like this. Every time you try adding little details, it strains your hand. Yeah, the trick is you don't want to clench your, you don't want to squeeze the brush. When you squeeze the brush like that, that's going to really hurt. In order to steady yourself, rather than really concentrating on the brush, you want to just anchor yourself. So plant your elbows on the bench, put your hands together, put your fingers together. Like, you essentially just want to brace everywhere you can that doesn't involve squeezing the brush. Like, you can pinch it a little bit, but when you grab it really hard like that, you put a lot of strain on your wrist, and you can, yeah, it can be really painful. Like when you're painting like that for a long time. Thanks for the tip. No worries, yeah. There's a reason I know. It's because I went through the same shit. But yeah, just like even here, like I realized I was doing it now, but you can see I've got my little finger resting on this hand so that I can hold the weight of my paintbrush hand with this hand. Like, it's all just finding what's comfortable. down a block of packing foam and use it as a rest for your wrists on the table as you paint. Yeah, like there's lots of different things you can do to make it easier for yourself. Because like I probably should get something comfy to rest my elbows on, because oftentimes like midway through the stream I'll just like the corners or like the points of my elbows will just be so sore because I will have been resting on them at just the wrong angle. Like maybe my jumper will be like rolled up and there'll be a seam like right where my elbows are or something like that. And then yeah, like when you're painting for a long period of time, it's really important just to make sure you have as comfortable a setup as possible. Some odd looking orcs. Oh man, I'm telling you, I've said this. I said this not too long ago now, like maybe within the hour or so. But if GW make a Squiggoth model, I'm going to buy orcs. It's that easy. They had like it was in Dawn of War. They can put it. They can just like. Surely they could do a 40k Squiggoth. It would be so good. You know, painting event, kit bashing and painting some Imperial Guard Penal Legion. Would you like to be a Plasma Gunner, Grenadier, Medic, or Voxcaster? Voxcast. Oh, yeah, Voxcaster, because I'd be the least likely to die. All of them are going to die, but the Plasma Gunner is going to blow himself up. The Grenadier is going to blow himself up. The Medic is going to get shot while he's trying to help the guy who's blown his arm off. Voxcaster, at least my job is to stand behind cover and just talk to people. It's on Forge World and it's very expensive. Those resin models are fragile. Wait, there is a Forge World Squiggoth? I couldn't see anything. Maybe I don't know where to check the Forge World models. You'll take the plasma gun, please? Really? That is some confidence. You overcharge that thing for a moment too long, like a fraction of a second too long, and you are just losing your arm. Losing your arm at best. It's the coolest job, for sure, but that thing is volatile. Could not be me. Kind of hid. Balaclava soft cap, field cap with balaclava, bandana, mohawk, bald cap with moncollar, watch cap / beanie. I'll take the beanie. We gotta be comfy. You like that wash of intense heat you get from opening the doors of a blast furnace? Figure firing a plasma gun would be similar. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's quite hot when you fire the plasma gun. Okay. We're just about there with our yellows. And I think we've avoided most of the unnecessary pooling that I was concerned about. Squiggleth model costs $500 and it's online only. I am intrigued. I might have to have a look at it. Really liking the streaming overlay. Yeah, thank you. It took a little bit to figure out what I wanted. I spent quite a while like looking at a lot of pre-made ones, and then there were a lot that there was some. Yeah, I spent like a day trying to like figure out what I could do for a setup, and then I decided I'd just go for a simpler one and then grab a couple of widgets and throw them in here and there. And there were some bits that didn't quite work for me with the way this one was set up, so I threw it in Photoshop and then just sort of spot healing brush I like cut sections out and then sort of spot healing brush cleaned it up a bit so that it was just a bit more simplistic and worked in terms of layout for what I wanted. But yeah, main reason I went to the streaming overlay was so that it would be easier for me to edit videos together out of the stream, because then I wouldn't have the chat sitting over the video. I'd have the chat separate, so that if I'm making a video, I can grab the recording and then just blow up the camera. What do you reckon? Do we do the spines on the back, or the antenna, or whatever you call it? Do we do those in the yellow, or do we figure out a different color to run for them? Maybe do them in the turquoise, just not on the metallic. God, you hate editing. It's rough. I might just try a little bit of our turquoise, just a little bit. I want to see what it looks like when it's not on the metallic background. No, I don't think I want it there. I will do that for the tabard though. Yeah, it was always part of the plan to do the tabard in the blue. Oh, whoops, got a bit on the leg there.
Yeah, actually, I quite like that we decided to do the metallic turquoise for the head, because it means that we get quite a, I think quite a strong distinction between the metallic turquoise and the regular turquoise that we're using for the tabard here. They do look like two different colors. Oh, actually, I really like that. I really like how this looks for fabric as opposed to the... You do sort of get the texture differentiation between it. I really like that. Okay. I'm going to say that although we didn't paint 1,000 points of Eldar in one day, we did pretty damn well. Oh, okay. I think that I can confidently say that within the wait, how long have I got? Is it 1 or 2 days until Saturday? 1 day. Okay, so I've got tomorrow evening to finish these. Oh, man. Okay. I think it's doable. Yeah, I'm gonna end the stream here to... Oh. The camera's been plugged in the whole time. Holy timing. Battery exhausted. Okay. Well, thank you everybody for stopping by today. Hello, hey F15, you caught us right as I was ending the stream and right as the camera decided to run out of battery. Yeah, thanks for hopping by today, everybody. We've had, and everyone who's stuck around for the long haul. It's been a very long stream. Got a lot of work done today, though. 9 hours and 45 minutes. Holy shit. Yeah, been some new faces in the chat as well, but it's been a lot of fun. I'm gonna pack up my paints and I'm gonna head off. You're working today? Ah, right, yeah. Well, I'll catch you next time, F15. Yeah, but I will catch you guys all later. Thanks for sticking by for the long run. And yeah, hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day/night. Bye-bye.